We were.
There you go. You can go hear us now, Bill.
Could you hear?
No, he's still
So,
muted.
Technically, the meeting was never recorded. We didn't.
Technically, the meeting was never recorded.
Correct, there's been no audio, so everything you've said, all the original
Do
Oprah.
I need to start?
Oprah.
No, I mean, as long as probably it still take minutes.
Okay.
There's no requirement. that
We
you
really haven't
record it.
started.
We're not,
so.
we're not big enough.
Okay. All right. All right, Bill, can you hear me? Can you take yourself off mute?
Yes,
Thank
I can hear you now.
You can hear me now. So I was just like going back to 2023, when you returned money to the library, or the library returned money to us, because can you like go back to that for the council, what you told me about the funding?
Yeah, so back 23, when we were doing the budget, the director came to me at that time saying that we gave him too much money the prior year, or he had too much of a surplus or something the prior year, so that he didn't need as much this year, but we kept his funding level the same as the prior year to keep it steady. And you know, we said, okay, if you need it for capital improvements or whatever, you can use it for that. And that's what we did at that time. And I'm not sure, I've never heard of, you know, not having a certain surplus or something in the library. I'm not sure what he was talking about.
Okay, so and then in 24, they did not submit a request, and in 25, they didn't submit a request, correct?
Well, no, they gave me their budget request. It was in line with what it was prior, so it wasn't anything more.
Okay. So apparently what's happened is that the big project they did at the library, when they removed all the asbestos and they put in constraints and cleaned up the basement and made the basement waterproof. And then discovered that there was a sewage line leak and they had to do that, which was not part of their budget. And they were using reserve funds, which were mostly from a bequest from one of our residents who passed away. Can somebody pass another chair out, please? They have basically led all of their reserve funds that were always used for, you know, to close budget holes, and they don't, I don't know if they can make operating budget to the end of the year, if we don't do something. So what I am proposing to the council, they've already about $75,000. And they've expended almost 400,000 on a public building, library money. That we give them capital money from our capital account, which will explain how to do that, so they can close their budget hole, because they asked us for no funding on that building at all, do all those capital improvements. So, Bill, can you walk through
49.
Yeah, so my suggestion, because the beginning of the year, we had $333,000 in our capital improvement fund.
Bill, I didn't have anybody else walk into this meeting without us having to not have a public hearing tonight. So is there, can I just see a show of hands, how many of you are not here for the public hearing tonight, and just want to speak under the comment session, or here for something else?
Yeah.
You're here for the taxi stuff?
Yes.
So you're just gonna come in public comment and then you're not gonna stay, or you're gonna stay?
No, we just want to talk about it while we were talking the last time.
Yeah, okay, fine, all right, so we'll be okay.
So you can hang on.
So I just can't let anybody else walk in until I lose a couple of lines.
Can you explain it to the people outside?
Yeah, I'll go.
You got from the.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Let's go see what you're on.
There's gonna be some seats.
Okay, all right, Bill, I'm sorry, this has been really disruptive, I'm sorry, Bill.
Sorry about it.
Can you talk about capital account, please?
Yeah, so as I was saying, our capital improvement fund account, which is for down payments and stuff like that on bond ordinances, had 333,000 in the beginning of the year. We added 300,000 in the budget this year, but then we used 475,000 for purchasing that second fire truck. So there currently is about 158,000 in there, which is a bonding capacity of about 3.1 million. if we took 75,000 out of that, you know, it would bring us down to like a $1.6 million bonding capacity. So I don't really want to take any more out of that than we have to, just in the event there's some kind of emergency. So my recommendation would be to next meeting, if you're okay with this, do a bond ordinance for the 75,000, but I would never borrow the money, and I would just pay it back in the budget over the next 2 or 3 years or something like that, you know, through normal budget funding. And you know, that way it'll keep that money in the capital improvement fund in the event of an emergency, and obviously we're going to build it back up in next year's budget as well.
Anybody have any questions for Bill on this?
Could you kind of tell us the essence of that? It was very hard to understand.
So basically, we have the cash in our capital account. Bill doesn't want to just give them, he doesn't want to do a bond for it. He just, he wants to do a bond, but he's not gonna actually do the bond. So we're gonna pay ourselves back. So we can give them the money to the library and then pay ourselves back over time through our normal budgeting process. So, right, Bill, bottom line,
Correct.
I'm gonna make sure I got it right. Anybody from the council have any questions? Anybody from the council have any concerns? Everybody on the council okay with this? Because he'll put something forward as an introduction, it's an ordinance, right, Bill?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be introduced to the next meeting,
Yep.
okay, and then 2 weeks after that, whatever I need after that, we'll be able to prove it and send the money to the library. Did that work, Councilwoman Pizarro? That works. Okay, thank you. All right, also, at our last meeting, Councilman Long, who's also our police commissioner, brought up the subject of hiring 2 police officers. I was called by the chief, who has people he want to interview, but we never actually asked for consensus on whether or not the council is willing to hire 2. So I would like to just pull the council to see if you're all willing to hire 2 police officers. We currently have 2 at the academy. We are down 3. And we have 2 coming in, so we would be technically down 1. But I know that the chief recently received a request for a letter of recommendation from a police department in Florida for another police officer. So, Councilman Engelhardt?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk to the chief about that briefly at
Okay.
our committee meetings. I'm fine with that.
Okay, I know Councilman Long, you are, Councilman Rice?
Yeah.
Council President?
Absolutely.
Councilman Sorrow?
Absolutely.
Councilman Levitt? Okay, all right. So, Councilman Long, you can tell the chief to go ahead and interview.
Okay.
Okay, I just also want to let you know, the HPC ordinance that Councilman Rice brought forward, has some, like technicalities. It references an employee position we don't have in this borough, as well as some other things. I did call the chair of the HPC, who said that's just language that came in and we can amend it. So Councilman Rice and I are gonna go through it. There's some typos, some words missing. So it just needs to be cleaned up before it can get introduced. Sent to all of you. I also wanted to tell you all that after a year and 7 months in searching for longtime, lifelong resident Clarence Bodine's will, who Councilwoman Tilly told us in December of 2023 had bequeathed money to the borough for concerts in the park. I have finally gotten a copy of the will. It has taken forever to find it, to see if there were parameters put on the will restricting the use of the money. He bequeathed the borough $171,000
Wow.
in his will in 2014 for concerts in the park in the summer. He bequeathed our library the same amount of money and restricted them to use the interest only for books. And he also bequeathed the same amount to his church in the borough for concerts in the church. So the language is a little convoluted for my reading, and I couldn't tell if he restricted us to interest as well.
So that's what I'm doing, Marcia. You and I exchanged texts and also emails. I can run this past the estate lawyer that I.
Well, what was your opinion?
revenue, as I said in the email, like the revenue means that it's the revenue from the
Interest.
investments of the state.
Okay,
That's how I read it.
alright, so that, the good news is that we now know about the money, where it is, how it was bequeathed. The bad news is that when our CFO was given the check of $171,000 in 2014, he was not given the will, nor was he told about any restrictions. So, like with most of our escrow accounts, the interest has been taken off of the account over all these years. And it has been used to close budget holes. So we can't go backwards, so going forward, there'll be some sort of interest coming off of that. That we can use to have concerts in the summer. In the Court Street Park, that was the restriction, and I am asking Councilman Long, who is the liaison to the fire company that requested funds to put on a fundraising concert 2 years ago. And Councilman Arias, who is the liaison to Samuel Fleming, which is one of our in but not ofs, who do fundraising to support their building, to sit with me and come up with some parameters to recommend to the council. Because we're not talking about a lot of money, you know, we're talking 2 to, I don't know, 6,000 a year maybe that might be thrown in interest. And, you know, how we want to restrict it so that it's really used for, you know, our fire department, our EBA, our museum, our library, our commissions that do fundraising to help support things that they want to do. So we don't have, you know, general public and not part of our family just asking us for money, because it's not gonna be a lot. So are you okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
great.
just to understand, you want the fire department to,
No, I want you as their
Yeah.
liaison, well, I mean, just the two of you, because I can justify why.
Mhm.
It's just like the chaos, but it's not 5 councilwomen, sorry, from the library, who also might want to host a fundraising concert, but Samuel Fleming does actually, you know. Like difficult, hard fundraising with a tricky trade, that fund a lot of the programming, in the fire department also, right? So I just thought, like, let's talk about what we can recommend to the council.
Okay.
As far as a resolution on how this money should be spent.
Gotcha.
Okay, so, we have some kind of logical way, a justifiable way for the council to vote to give out money to organizations that ask for it. All right, so I'll set up a meeting, so I have the minutes. And finally, I think, is everybody okay if we have the auditor, do you want the auditor in at the next meeting just to walk everybody through the audit?
I would appreciate it.
Yes, okay, so Bill, can you arrange to get the auditor here to walk everybody through it?
Yep, not a problem.
Okay. So that's my report, Councilman Arias?
To be honest, I really do not have much to report.
Could you use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, not really much to report, just been busy doing a couple events, working and. Not really much going on right now, other than the HPC ordinance I'm working on, but. Yeah, other than that, I got nothing else to report, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Engelhardt.
We have 2 reports, the animal control and film. First, animal control, the where the dates landed, this is actually the report for August. How the dates landed on the calendar. And what was submitted, so for the month of August, there were 7 calls, 2 cats, 5 wildlife. I have been enjoying adding a new animal to almost every month. So this month's new animal is a pigeon. There was a call about a pigeon that was tagged, so that's fun. Bird, raccoon, and 4 skunks. I think they used the 4 skunks as one wildlife call. But no issues as far as any type of testing, nothing out of a concern, so nothing to report as far as concerns with any of the wildlife from the animal control. And the other thing I wanted to report was the film committee. So the State Film Commission has actually established a date and a joint press conference for us, Lambertville, Clintontown, and Flemington at our courthouse, because apparently our courthouse is something that, many Hollywood producers have on their short list for, wanting to film here. So Wednesday, October 22nd at 3 p.m., there'll be a, press conference. The State Film Commission will be here. There'll be a little explanation of what the New Jersey Film Ready program is. The county economic development and tourism, not on the case. Oh. Okay, sorry.
Having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry. Thought I had it close enough. So the county economic development and tourism, a group has, especially gonna send thanks to, Mark Salick. Has filed all of our forms, and then once we get the final approval from the state commission, we can then start expanding our database with our local businesses and local residents, locations, and services that some of the local business provide. For example, like antique shops and tailors and caterers and all that stuff gets put into a database so that when a producer comes and says, hey, you know, what's offered here, we could say, hey, here's a whole list of vetted, you know, businesses that can help you. There's a whole vetted list of homes that and streets that are kind of film ready. So that's Wednesday, October 22nd at 3 p.m. So it's a press conference and they'd love to see a lot of bodies there.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Sarah.
I think you addressed the library issue very accurately. I did attend the parking committee, the mayor's parking committee meeting on Thursday, and pleased to see that we are getting very close to articulating lights at one of the intersections, as well as our parking system upgrade, which earlier this year we all voted to add an additional police officer. That headcount was specifically for administration of this new parking system. So happy to see that this is coming very close.
Councilwoman Levitt.
Thank you. Next environmental commission meeting will be here in this room on October 6th. The next Shade Tree Commission meeting will be on a Monday, October 20th, instead of the usual Wednesday date. November's meeting will also be moved to a Monday to better accommodate one of the member schedules. There is a tree ordinance that we were required to introduce from the DEP about a year ago. We still have not gotten it, but I have been told we will be getting a draft of it very soon. Shade Tree Commission will be reviewing it and sending it to council, hopefully the next month or so. And lastly, the
No. Shiny.
fall newsletter is available.
Oh, nice.
And actually, I hate to ask this, but I would do it myself, but I will not be able to make it there. Mr. McNally, would you please be able to get a handful of copies out of the closet and put it onto the table out there for me? So that way, it's in the, it's in the mail.
Right here in the mail.
So that way, if anybody here in this room wants to read a copy on their way out, you can grab one.
Well, they're by the window.
Are they? Never mind, they're already out there.
No, that's okay, put more out. I don't know how much.
And that's it. Thank you.
The tree ordinance was brought up at the planning board and to McManus. And she is supposed to be getting finalized to before Shade Tree and Environmental Commission prior to it going to planning board here.
Get out in the hall if you need to ask her a question.
I don't think so.
She's out there, so I didn't know if there was something you needed to.
But I want to thank Kristen Cook for helping again with the newsletter and Ronald, Brent and I and Christine, and I want to thank all of the employees of the borough that submit articles, great. And anybody else who submits them from our boards and commissions. I just want to ask the Councilman Long about asking the fire company. You know, I mean, I would really like to see an article about candle safety because the two fires we've had in this borough this year that are really serious were both started by flat candles. So,
I know they had put out some social media posts,
Yeah.
but
not in the
Right.
letter, and thank you. They
A little bit.
put it up, they did put it.
It's a graphic in about candle.
Oh, you did, yeah, oh, it's great, with the Halloween light, right, but you know, Christmas time, that's
Sure.
candle time,
Sure.
it's nice, right?
So I got a little something.
I know, you did get a little something, but Yeah, something official from the fire department would be really great.
Also, can I add one last thing?
Sure.
Our wonderful clerk has wanted also mentioned there will be a rabies clinic on what date?
November.
November 7th,
One of those.
8th,
Eighth.
eventually.
Is
It
it
will be-
Saturday?
Yeah,
It's the
it's the eighth,
Cool.
at 9 o'clock here,
yes.
9
Fire.
until we run out of vaccines or until what time?
An hour.
1 hour, 9 AM, 1 hour.
Animals on leashes.
Okay, okay, good, thank you. Councilman Park.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. It's good to see everybody here, actually. So I'm not gonna give an actual report. There has been something that's been going on in the borough, with this council that I just want to level set and I want to set clear the air on all of this. And it's just, the can is just being kicked down the road and kicked down the road. So I want to address it, and it is just simply as, let's address this and let's just move on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Me? Better? Okay. So, first of all, I never write down anything. I've just never done that, even when I do presentations and things like that. But every once in a while, I will write down things when there's something that's really, really, really important. And I don't want to miss a point. So, what I'm going to talk about is what's going on with the surrounding the ordinance. And all the things that are leading up to that has been quite disappointing and disturbing. And I wanted to ensure that I capture the important facts. So for the first time, I'm reading my narrative. I want to start by saying this. Throughout my career, I've been involved in change. In fact, early in my career, and I mean in my 20s, which was a long time ago, when I was assigned to implement and manage a $75 million project in healthcare, my manager/mentor said to me, whether you like it or not, you're about to become a change agent. Well, it turns out she was right. Whether implementing a new process, new systems, introducing innovative technology, a new service, or revamping an entire department or starting a new division, all have involved change. Imagine managing people through a paradigm shift, particularly in the government sector. What I've come to realize is that regardless of organization, sector, or industry, change is scary, difficult to grasp, and pushes people out of their comfort zone. What I can also tell you is that what is happening in Flemington is no different than what I've experienced or managed in my lifetime. I like to use the old saying, the game is the same, the name is different. And it is true. On the other hand, change opens possibilities, encourages growth, and from my experience, as change progresses, people tend to come around and embrace it. In essence, I get it. I understand the uncomfortable part of this. But what I can say is I heard when the hotel was coming on, the hotel is going to ruin the town. Now I hear we need the hotel. Or there was such a struggle to approve the DNC on the first floor. Now I hear people from the DNC walk the street and spend money in the various businesses. So what I want to address is what I found to be very disappointing and disheartening. Specifically, the personal attacks, the mockery in committee meetings, false innuendos, stifling communication, and trivial gossip. We've been offered once, and shortly after that, and after the introduction, I received a request and emails from all the committees to provide information on all the committee meetings. This is not only insulting, we have a much higher standard than curtailing to this type of nonsense and or what can be perceived as bullying. Whether it's intentional and meant to be, that's the perception. There are no victims here and there are no enemies. With the attacks on political officials happening around the world, this type of sophomoric and rhetoric behavior is uncalled for and dangerous. Just because we live in Flemington does not mean we live in a bubble. There are people who struggle with mental illness here like anywhere else. What's interesting to me is that over the past year and a half, this council has collaborated with the mayor to pass several important ordinances and resolutions. More importantly, 2 members on either side helped champion those votes to get things passed. At no time were politics ever discussed, nor was it a factor. What we've heard you say is that the council has done a great job. Never that there's a mention of politics and it was political. Yet suddenly, because we disagree with parts of an ordinance presented in 2024, it's deemed political. And because we met with the business community, because we are about inclusion, it was deemed political. You certainly could have done the same thing, but chose not to. So you can't say it's political. So what is it? When we agree, it's not political, but when we don't agree, it's political. You see, you're the only one that brings up politics. And I must believe that you are also ingrained in politics of yesteryear, and that's what you do, is everything's political. It's not. It is not. We have never, ever, ever made anything political in this council. We have never done that. To reiterate a commitment I made to everyone up here, I personally informed you that my job was to protect the mayor and the council. And that should not be mistaken to agreeing to pass something that is not feeling right to us. It's 2 different things. What we have not, and will not let politics be a crutch or drive our decision on what is right or wrong. Instead, we concern ourselves with the entire community, not just a handful. We are committed to making the borough a welcoming place for new families, businesses to thrive, as well as keeping our current community tight. Someone approached me and offered that we need to get rid of the Democratic and Republican titles in this town because they just make division. And why can't we do like other towns do? Didn't bother to answer the question, but I thought it was a very interesting question. I would also be remiss if I don't do some level setting. I cannot think of a single person, single member on this council who advocates for large apartment complexes. No one wants large apartment complexes. On the other hand, we do need housing, and we need diversity in housing for this town to survive. If you don't think that that is true, I would advise you, and Jeremy actually had this at his lyceum, but I lived by Akron, Ohio, and I know how desolate it went from here when there was the tires and things like that to here. And it took years. People were moving out by the droves. It's the same thing in Greenville. It's the same thing in Cleveland. It was the same thing in parts of DC. It was the same thing in parts of Virginia. And when you go to those places now, they've managed to do a really good job of keeping their history while bringing in new stuff. They've done both the same, and that's the balance. It's not either or, it's both. Lastly, hold on. The other thing is that we agree with 90% of what was proposed in the past ordinance. However, because of the 10% we don't agree with, all of a sudden we have daggers and we're the bad people. That just should not be. Lastly, what is also disappointing is telling people on the planning board that it's the best planning board since 2006. Well, I'm not sure if you realize it or not, but that's a smack in the face to anyone who served on the planning board since 2006. To be clear, anyone who volunteers in any way, shape, or form are the best. We do not rank our volunteers. Instead, we appreciate them and thank them for their dedication and service, regardless of whether or not we agree, whether they agree with it or not. At the end of the day, the political affiliation is your luggage to carry, not ours, because we don't care. One thing we have in common is that we know how to forgive, forget, and move forward. Ultimately, it is up to this point in time, whether we are going to move forward as a team, and the ball is in your court to do that. I thank you.
Thank you. I assume you were addressing me. 'Cause you
I was
weren't
addressing
clear,
everybody.
'cause
I was
you-
addressing you.
Not
I was,
sure.
excuse me, you're asking me and I'm telling you. And the point of it is I was addressing several things that have happened. So whether that's you, the planning board, fellow council members, I'm addressing everybody.
Well, I also assume you're only speaking for yourself because you cannot say definitively that everybody on this council feels the same way you do about not having high density apartments, because at least one council member on this council has expressed the desire to put up much more high density housing. So I'm gonna move on to, because I jumped over Councilman Long by accident, I'm sorry. So Councilman Long.
Hi, good evening, folks. Just a few items. So the Office of Emergency Management is excited to welcome 5 new borough residents to the Community Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT. A resolution will be presented later in the evening, but Sergeant McNally over here, wherever there he is, he wanted everybody to know that he's very grateful to the mayor and council for the ongoing support of the CERT program. What began as a small group of 3 residents following Hurricane Ida has now grown into a team of 12 dedicated volunteers. Over the past few years, they have stepped up to support the borough during storm emergencies, townwide events, and community safety outreach. In addition, CERT members have assisted neighboring municipalities, including Holland Township, Raritan Township, Lambertville, and Lebanon Borough, as well as the county and at the 4-H fairgrounds and Deer Path Park. Their commitment extends beyond Flemington, answering the call for both our residents and our regional partners. Also, a reminder, the Harvest Festival is scheduled for this Saturday, October 4th. Main Street will be closed from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. between Mine Street and Capper Street, with restricted access to Bloomfield and Chorister Place. Residents and businesses with access concerns should contact the Borough Police Department at 908-782-3434 prior to the event to discuss accommodations. As mentioned by the mayor, there is a need for 2 officers, and I will certainly be reporting back to the council on any developments there. And if any council member has a specific question that you want me to ask, please send that to me via email. And I will make sure that that is stated. Couple things, fire and squad, the only news I have for that is just on Monday, September 22nd. I accompanied the fire marshal and representatives from our police, fire, and rescue squad for a walkthrough of the Courthouse Square project. The emergency services just to get a lay of the land as this project is unfolding. Fire marshal has to see if things are in accordance. So that's always an interesting thing as that progresses towards completion. Lyceum, we had another successful Lyceum lecture past Thursday. Some exciting visuals and details about that Courthouse Square project I mentioned and Liberty Village were shared. Audience really seemed to enjoy learning a lot more about the aspects of those 2 projects. The next Lyceum Society gathering will be taking place on Wednesday, October 15th. That's going to be at the Hunterdon County Chamber of Commerce. The lecture is entitled "The Role of the Arts in Supporting Creative Civic Participation," and that's going to be presented by the president of Art Venture, Prem Kumar. And finally, I am looking forward to some constructive discussions, questions, commentary on agenda item 17. I've been giving this ordinance a lot of thought, and I'm curious as to what the path forward looks like. I wanted to share that I do have some concerns about conflict and tension existing between council and planning board, and between any entity and the council in this town. However, my concern is somewhat tempered as I see that tension as essential to a healthy planning process. It's not necessarily bad for the town, but rather a system of checks and balances designed to ensure that decisions are well examined in order to ensure suitability and soundness. I will have a bit more to say later, but most importantly, I would like to listen. And that's our report.
Thank you. All right, we're up to public comments. If you are here for the ordinance, please hold your comments until the ordinance is heard, because otherwise your comments won't be part of that record. So if you're here for anything else, please come up to the mic. I need your name
Yes.
and your address for the record. I'm looking for a residential address where you live. So you can come up now. We got 1 spokesperson. Sorry, how are you? Good, how are you? Come on up, sit
I
down.
need to sit at the microphone.
You can say it, use the mic. So I need your name for the record, spell your last name, please, slowly for Carla.
I know who it is.
My name is Tomaso Rosas. I live in Flemington for 32 years. I'm citizen,
And your address, please.
19 Grand Avenue, Flemington, New
Grand.
Jersey. I come in like with my friends because like, I think 3-4 months to go. I come and I make a complaint about the illegal taxis. Because right now it's only 5 legal companies in Flemington and there's more than 20 illegal taxis. And I come in because nobody do nothing. And I explain to the customer that's not right because one accident can happen at any moment, they don't have insurance for customers. But they don't understand the thing because they paid maybe $1 or $2 cheaper, the regular tax, they think they're saving money, but you know, one accident is a lot of money. So I coming with my friend because I needed help. I run the taxi in Flemington for 17 years. And they happen all the time. But right now, I think, I'm sorry, but I think the governor in New Jersey, they destroy the business in New Jersey. Because the guys, right now, the legal people, they give you the option for have a regular license. And they think they have the papers and they're doing everything illegal. And believe me, I live in for 22 years, so I know that the story about Flemington got coming bigger and bigger, you know. So right now, the guys, they sell the food, they make a taxi, make a roofing, construction paint, and nobody do nothing, they don't pay taxes, so I think that's not right. I'm sorry for my English, I don't speak a little well, you know, because
You're fine.
I'm Mexican. That's what I want to explain, so please, need help. So this is, so when you were here last, we had a long conversation with your chief of police about what the issues were, and it got back to the courts and the prosecutor, having trouble prosecuting and proving that these taxis were illegal because I guess the taxi drivers tell their passengers to just say they're friends being transported when they get pulled over. So, and part of the problem is you also indicated that many of these drivers are from Raritan Township. So I spoke to the mayor of Raritan Township about it, and we have the same prosecutor in the same court. So, which is actually a member of our attorney's firm. And, you know, they were supposed to have a conversation about what to do. They have licenses in Raritan. I don't know if they actually give them out, but, you know, there's an acknowledgement that this is a real problem, but, you know, if passengers get into these cars and nobody's willing to say, you know, I wasn't just getting a ride, you know, I mean, Chris, you want to address this at all, please?
Well, it's a licensure issue,
Okay.
because it's enforceable at the municipal court
Say
level.
that again.
It's a licensure issue, as you say, Mayor, it's enforceable at the municipal court level upon factual basis.
It's enforceable, but the problem is that when they pull, like the police have trouble getting anybody to say, yeah, I'm driving with this guy and paying him. Right? So unless they're expressing they're in a car, paying somebody to take them somewhere and they're not just friends, the police can't give a ticket.
Problems remain an issue at every level.
So Chris, let me ask you a question. If a taxi driver is stopped, if one of these people is stopped, can they ask for their taxi, the proof of the taxi license? Can the police ask for that?
Yes.
So if they're not asking for that, because that's one way to get or to try to help the problem, right? Is that if one of these drivers are stopped, if they see a taxi or a people in, they can stop and ask for a license just on random checks.
Well, I give them a
Right.
sticker to put on their window.
Right, so my point of it is if that's not there, then that is right.
Raritan has licenses as well.
Say that again.
Raritan also has.
But do they have a sticker?
They don't have a sticker that says Pendleton Borough.
No.
Yeah, so.
So, but the point of it is, but they do give a license, or they give something that indicates that it's a legal vehicle transporting people,
Yes,
right?
let's do
So it seems to me, I mean, this is just my humble opinion, but it would seem to me that that's one of the ways that we can help them out is by trying to enforce that we are making sure that decal sticks, or if they're transporting people, that we do some random stops and show their license.
Yes, that would be a way to.
And they have a
Okay.
placard too that.
Can taxi drivers be pulled over just if they don't have a sticker?
So that's the proof problem that
This
you're
is
talking
the
about.
problem.
So that's why, yeah.
That's
How would you know?
Cars
Okay.
stay-
that's what I was.
This is the problem, that the cars don't say taxi, they're taking passengers and taking money. And then if they do get pulled over for running one of our many stop signs or any other issue, people don't, they're paying anybody.
As I say, as with so many municipal court and licensure violations, you have to create that link, right? There are any number of ones I can give you, and any number of ones I can give you where that's a problem, this one is particularly a problem, so.
But
You can try it, Tony, your way of doing it.
But you said is that if they get pulled over, they have to show their license.
They
So
should,
there you go.
yeah, they should, that's a great way to, yeah,
Okay.
but there will still be gaps, unfortunately.
No, I'm sure, but I mean, at least we can chip away at it.
Yep, agreed.
But if the driver says, oh no, this is my sister, and the woman says, yes, she's my brother.
Everyone's going to lie in enforcement, I mean, that's true of any, as I keep saying, right, that's true of any kind of municipal court level thing, right, you're not gonna have best. You don't have the resource of the prosecutor's office that you're, back in the hall, right, anyone can lie. Perjury theoretically, or law enforcement, but.
Back from Marion Township about this, and the mayor did tell me to talk to the prosecutor, and he was gonna talk to the township committee and see what they could do about it, and I haven't heard back from him. So,
Marcy, I'm sorry. A few years to go, Flemington is another company they call Latinos Taxi. I remember the guy in that time, I don't know what he do the guy, but I remember the old legal taxis assigned one paper. I don't know, he find a lawyer or something, but I believe me, 2-3 weeks, the cops, they didn't pull over to the all illegal taxis. So as I come right now, I want to know what he want to do. Because believe me, these guys and me, I know who is the illegal taxis. When you put somebody else coming with me in the taxi all day, and I show when the guy picking up people from Joyride, from the hospital, from Walmart. And when you see the same people not have a letter, not have the license, this taxi cab, the guy doing something bad. Because I know the cops, they need to prove they want to catch you when the customer pay, but they, sorry for my language, they're not stupid. They're talking, give me the money inside to the car. But these guys and me, I know who is illegal taxi. So the last time when I come in, I did the job for the officer. These guys and me, Carla have the paper. I showed them more than 20 license plates.
you gave that to us and I gave it to
I'm
the.
sitting,
I
I'm
gave it
not
to
lying, believe me. When I make my test, make the statement, just play me, you gotta say the truth all the time. And I tell you the truth.
Let me circle back with Raritan Township's mayor, and I'll circle back with the chief regarding this and see what we can do. You gave us that paper when we gave it to the chief.
I
We
mean,
got all those licenses.
I don't want to sound nothing bad to the illegal taxis, but you guys, before they send the paper with the license plates and they explain you want to make a legal taxi, come and I help you, the whole process, but they don't want to pay. And I'm coming right now, because when I coming, I told you the truth. Long time I want to help my community because I'm from Mexico, I'm Spanish, and I know my community need help, sometimes need to pick out the groceries, sometimes have an appointment with the doctors. The link is service, but it's not really good service because you need to wait 1 hour, pick it up from Punta Hill to the hospital. Sometimes the people have one appointment in 30 minutes, so taxi is more fast. But right now, after the Donald Trump coming for president, the insurance is double. And everything is more expensive. And I explain to my cost so I can compete to these illegal people because they don't pay the insurance I pay, my friends they don't pay. And I explain to my customers, you gotta be careful because one accident can happen at any moment, and this guy don't have insurance for the taxi. So I know a lot of officers because I told you I lived for 22 years in Flemington. I know Luis when Luis is little, when going to high school, the officer, and I talk to my friends, and I say, Luis, do you remember before Flemington was too small? Now they're coming bigger and bigger, so everything is different right now. But right now it's impossible because believe me, this container like that, I believe in I quit. No more taxi. I think my friends too. The insurance is too high. Right now I pay $10,000 for insurance.
Yeah, we pay more than.
Just, I know that you're going to circle back with our chief of police and we're.
I'm sorry, right now
We
they.
have a safety issue. There's a safety issue here too, where I was single for 39 years, so I would have been hesitant to get into a taxi cab that was not unlicensed and
No,
like just overall, so I guess what I'm saying is I hear you and then I'm always the person who sits up here and says.
I'm sorry, I remember when I come in my first time, I'm sorry, not too many Spanish like right now in Flemington. When I come into the Flemington bar, they ignore me because my English is not very well. And they don't see so many Spanish like right now. So I'm the lady that helped me is Mr. Rene, the owner from Turntable Junction. Because I explained my situation, maybe you know guys Rene from Turntable Junction a long time ago. I explained my situation and she coming with me. And that's why I started the process I have in my taxi. So I know the story, for this town. And that's what happens right now. But please, I need help because this is very hard. Right now, the insurance, they want the insurance for you just 1.5 million.
Wow.
Do you know how insurance cover 1.5 million?
That's the state's requirement?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's only for New Year's.
The things like these guys charge like $5 for the ride, so we charge $10. So
Cover your expense.
that's like,
You need your name and address for the record, please.
oh, sure, yeah, I got it here.
Go ahead, Dave.
My name is Miguel Espinosa, my address is C5 Hunter Hills, Flemington, New Jersey, 082. So yeah, that's the thing, like, these guys is like doing 5 years at illegal taxes, and we do like 10 years, so absolutely, they pay like $100 a month, and we pay like $1,000 a month. So of course, the people gotta go with them because they pay like half, We go to New York, we charge like $300. They charge like $150. So it's a lot of difference, so of course, they take our business away.
So that reminds me a lot of what happened in New York for years and years with delivery taxis and regular taxis, and then other things came through, and I know that New York cracked down on it really big on delivery taxis. It sounds like you're going through the same type of thing, and so we need to figure out a solution. We need to figure out a solution. So one is the one that Chris is, our attorney has agreed with, that's kind of what we need to do. And Jeremy, maybe that's the discussion that you can have with the chief. And as McNally is standing here, that could be something that could be weighed on. And I don't think it's gonna be solved overnight. I think you gotta crawl, walk, run, right? Now that we understand it, so nobody up here doesn't understand it, right? Now what we have to do is start giving one solution and then have a backup plan in case that doesn't happen. I can give that solution, now we have to think of a backup plan if that doesn't work, so give us some time on that one. Okay?
Of course, yeah.
One quick question, are you very clear as to car service versus illegal taxis and those documents? For example, traveling to Philadelphia Airport, I always get a car service, limo service to take us down there and come back. There's like, those are not included in the data set, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good, okay.
Because those are
All right,
limos.
so I'm gonna circle back with Rick.
Let's go back to the chief.
No, but they're
What we can do and try to find a way to help you, because we all agree with you totally, but
Yeah,
it's about proof, about the proof.
Yeah, things like, because these guys like, they take a business away, like,
absolutely.
we stay at home all day, we make like $50 in a day, and they make like $200 a day.
Yeah,
That's
we
not make
understand.
sense, because we pay the insurance, we have to renew soon, we have to renew the license again. All the process, we gotta go to Trenton, we gotta go to do fingerprints, and we have a family, so we gotta.
Yeah.
I mean, we can work together if we like, the guys say like, we gotta go to court and approve it to the guys who is the illegal tax, we can go and do, we can work together.
Okay.
Like, we can take pictures, we can make a videos, whatever they needed, we can do, we can work together. The example, I go sometime to Plainfield, a couple of weeks ago, there is the police is coming and said like, you work here? I said, no, I was with my wife buying some groceries in the store, and there's a lady, she said like, can I have your license? I gave my license. She wanna give me a ticket. I said like, why you wanna give me a ticket? She think I picked up somebody over there. But I said like, I was with my wife and my kids. So I showed she don't believe it's my wife. And she go and ask my wife, and she take her license, and she wanna give me a ticket, and she wanna take my car away because she think I was working there. And North Plainfield and South Plainfield can pick it up. Like North Plainfield can pick it up, the people in South Plainfield.
Interesting.
you know,
How do they do that?
and they work together like that.
How do they do that, Chris? How does a municipality restrict that another municipality can't pick up?
I don't think that would be legal.
But they're doing it.
They're doing,
Yeah, I mean, in this business, unfortunately, so much is legal until it's challenged. I would suggest a challenge. It's true.
Place of yes.
Yes,
Please.
One tries to get one's client where they want to be, but one must respect the boundaries of both.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, guys.
alright, so just work together, you know, thank you for your help, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Is everything else for the public comment?
Hi, I'm Tara Smanchek. I live at 15 Maple Avenue. Yeah, so I am here. I'm not even sure it's the correct forum, but I'm here for a clarification regarding the Flemington Free Public Library interim director. I think there's been some information stated here that's contradictory to the board meeting minutes, where Heidi Hesch has been clearly denoted as the interim director. And then I think I found the meeting minutes from August here that stated she's not.
So, you want to address that, but I mean.
Yeah, so basically,
Council has no authority over the.
okay, and that
Public
I
library.
think maybe like the operations and the logistics are not clear, and I am going to be getting involved in the board because I don't think it's clear to the community either. And how the library operates, and the minutes that are there are not very detailed.
So the state of New Jersey has statute on libraries, on public
Okay.
libraries. So their guidance comes directly, they hire their own personnel, they hire their own attorney.
Okay, so that's why I wasn't,
Tax base.
They're
Yeah.
yes, and they are guaranteed under state law that they get their own taxes from the public. And then they can ask us for additional money, and it's up to the governing body to give it to them or not.
okay,
So they are their own governing body, and under the law, the mayor has a seat or can designate.
okay,
So Councilwoman Fasaro is my designee.
great, because I think it was in the minutes, it was you that stated that Heidi Hesch was not the
I
interim.
think acting versus interim,
Okay,
and I actually think I had a discussion with Jane about that a few weeks ago. It's a slight nuance, but yes, she is the interim director, she is not the acting director. We continue to look for a replacement director.
okay, even though she's full-time and,
I mean, this is a
Yeah.
personnel matter, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
comfortable
personnel
talking
issue.
about
okay.
another governing.
Okay, and really, I just needed clarification from what the responsibility is from the council versus the board.
Very
And then,
little.
and then
Very little.
okay, yeah, and just so it's noted, because I just, for the council and for anyone who is here, from a community perspective, I would like to say that when Heidi has been in that role, I have seen it, the vibrance at the library. So many people are coming, the programs are wonderful. I think the issue has been a poor transition from the previous director, and that is what the issue is, and it's not personnel. And we should be open-minded and not be constrained by master's degrees and titles. We should be open to experience and what is best for the
I think
community.
the law actually says that the library director must by law hold a master's in library science.
Okay, I don't know the law, I'm just saying from a community perspective, I think she's done a wonderful job.
She's lovely, but again, I
She
think
is.
that, she got it, but I think the law doesn't require the library director. to-
Yeah, and I don't think that, Flemington, who is whether the law is there or not, I think there's workarounds and.
But again, it's not, it's just. it's
Thank
not
you,
required.
and that is all I needed to know, but I did want it, because there have been so many places where it's been stated incorrectly and. And
Not calls, believe me.
okay, you know what I'm talking about, right? So
Yeah, it's,
I do wanna get involved, I'm gonna make it my priority to get to a meeting.
But you're not, you don't sit on the committee, right?
Final suggestion, the president of our library board is in the audience this evening, and maybe she and I can circle back around.
Okay,
And if maybe it's open for public discussion, Jane, or?
No, not right now.
Not right now, not right now, but.
And it doesn't belong here.
Okay, and it's not a personnel, like, I'm not asking you to make a hiring decision, I'm just making a public statement about how I feel that the library has blossomed with Heidi in that role, so.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
It's very good, thank you. Anybody else in the public on anything? Except the ordinance, yes.
I just wanted to ask.
Well, I need your name and address for the record, Lois.
Lois Stewart, and I will not give you my house number because I'm a single person and I don't want people to know. It might come to harm me.
Will you tell me your street on Emory Avenue?
Your street, you know my street.
Okay.
So, I wanna know how many police, you talked about getting 2 more police, so how many police do we have in this borough?
So total,
What was the question?
how many police officers do we have right now in the borough? Do you know? I lost track.
We're short so many, hold on.
Yeah. That's 15 or 16.
Yeah, we're down to 3, 4, 7, 8, 9.
We had 19.
Yeah, we're down to 14 with the vacancies. Well, count the 2 in the academy, we have 16.
But how many are we supposed to have? Let's.
So we had.
The microphone, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you gotta have a microphone.
I asked how many police we're supposed to have.
Lois, you don't need the mic.
Oh, you holler at everybody else.
Yeah. I'm old, I'm 91 and I can't get up and down so easy, so you're just gonna have to be tolerant. I wanna know how many police this borough is supposed to have.
Okay, so there is no law that says how many, any municipality is supposed to have. The police departments and their lobbying groups always want to have more. And governing bodies always want to have the number that works, right? So there is no right number, but I will tell you, we've had as many as 19 in this town. And we're now down to 16.
Well, the last time I asked this question, it was 13, and I just wonder what horrible thing has happened in our town, Brian.
Okay, I think you're pulling it.
And I don't expect it. I don't expect an answer, but I want, and I like all the police except for that
So-
one man.
Can I- Let me just say, regardless of how much crime or domestic problems or anything else, the traffic issues we've grown to with an increase in population and an increase in people using our town to commute. Regardless of any of that, if we run short, then we need to put on cops on overtime. And there's a very fine balance about finding the right number of police to reduce the amount of overtime to save tax dollars. That's where we are right now. We are paying a tremendous amount of money in overtime. So we need more cops regardless of anything else, so that we have the right complement in this town to patrol and to do traffic control and everything else that they do, so that we don't have a lot of overtime. So we had great overtime numbers last year. They are terrible this year because we are down so many cops. So for me, and I know that the police commissioner feels the same way, we gotta find that balance again. So that they can do their job without having us have to pay 1.5 to 2 times overtime.
Well, I'm glad to know you're watching my tax stuff.
You better believe it.
The other thing I wanted to ask is what's going on with our K-9 program? There are 3 things on the consent agenda about the dog. And so I want to know what's happening with our dogs.
Well, our wonderful dogs, unfortunately, we're not gonna have a canine unit.
Oh, that's what I wanted to know.
And one is going to be living with an officer who's leaving the department. And Elsa is a younger German Shepherd who's now going to be up in Union, New Jersey. And joining a pretty good situation there because she's trained and she's got a long life ahead and that's pretty much it.
These are not dogs that like just anybody can take, because the handler has to learn Dutch.
I just wondered why we were getting rid of our K-9.
Oh, that's the officer who Dutch and is the dog handler is going to another police department. And they don't want the dog. I'll go find a great home. She's beautiful. Anybody else in the public? Yes, just come up, please. I need your name and address for the record.
Heather.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Hello, my name is Heather Lee Scully, and I live in Hillsborough. And I have a business on Main Street. Do I need to give you my address in Hillsborough?
I would like you to.
All right, 117 Bluebird Drive, Unit 2D.
No.
So I'll be up here twice, so this is unrelated to the ordinance. So as a baby business owner, as I call myself, kind of piggybacking on like questions about the police and all of that. So I just wanted to see what the appropriate way of kind of protecting my business and also Main Street businesses. I don't know if this is an issue in Stengel, but we do have a few people in town that do have severe mental health issues. And although I'm very sympathetic to that issue, there has been recent run-ins with a particular person who is squatting in offices. She's been in my building, barricading people from entering their own offices. I know that she's had a very long history of mental illness and kind of squatting and saying that she owns properties. She also has a history of stealing signage off people's buildings. And so I wanted to see if this was an appropriate place to ask how I protect myself and my business and also advocate for other businesses for run-ins with types of people like this. I don't want to be the boy or the girl that cries wolf, but I have called the police a few times regarding certain individuals with either, you know, I see this particular individual going across the street and trying to get into the office buildings, and she's been squatting, and she was trying to steal my bike that I have outside of my store. So I'm just trying to see how I protect myself.
That for you, right?
They did come out. I don't know the police report.
I'm gonna put Sergeant Pinelli on the spot.
In reference to the incident she's referencing, that individual was arrested. She was arrested multiple times last week for similar offenses, but due to the obviously the way our criminal justice system is set up, she was cited, arrested, cited, and released there. So, but this individual was charged.
Foot patrols and, does she come by at a particular time? Is it like at night?
It's all hours. I see her busy at night because sometimes I'm at my store pretty late because I've been working on a lot of projects there. So I'm not, for me, I'm just so new at this. And when I have a neighboring business owner right above me and she's barricading and she was very scared. But now you hear multiple incidences. It's just a little discouraging, so I want to make sure we're all protected and we're not getting our stuff stolen and all that.
Well, let me just say this.
Mhm.
So some of those same things existed at Stengel as well,
Okay.
right? So they exist townwide. The point of it is that one of the things that I was really focused on last year, and I'm not commissioner this year, I stepped down, but was community policing. And it becomes even more important and more important and more important as we grow as a town, right? Because that means that new people are coming in. And mental illness is one of those things that is, unfortunately, it's not controllable, but the person's not controllable, but you can give the access to it, to buildings and things like that can be controlled if we know who the person is, and if there is patrol going down, and if the police are out. Now, I understand that we're short in terms of staffing right now, so you gotta give us a chance to build it back up. But we've got to get back to, because I know last year I was just razor focused on it, and you got to get out, you got to get into the stores, you've got to let people know that you're here, you've got to walk down the street. So we're gonna get, I don't know where, I can't speak right now because I'm not commissioner this year, but that's the ideal. So to answer your question is that no one's taken their eye off of that.
Mhm.
What we need to do is get back to that once we get this overtime under control and we get all these new laws.
And is it an appropriate place to ask
like, am I allowed to ban certain people from the store or?
Yeah, you can do anything you want.
Your business, you can refuse service to anybody in New Jersey. I'm sorry, we're sharing a mic here.
Yeah.
You can refuse service to anyone in New Jersey for any business,
Mhm.
even if you've already have light. And I will tell you that I have encountered, just as a private citizen,
Mhm.
at least one gentleman several times, and there's, again, arrested, picked up, and was told they're gonna let him go.
And to
because-
protect ourselves as business owners as well, should we just be calling the cops? Or
Yes.
is there any other resources that I can call?
You-
Oh, I have a lot of cameras, yeah.
Okay, yes, call the police, just call the police.
I just want to tax the real quick. I'm the police commissioner, Scully. We'll contact the chief and he can give you assistance as far as what you can do,
Mhm.
what you can't do, and that's it.
Okay, yeah, there's just, I know that my neighboring business owner, she was scared for her life, and I don't know if that's been an issue in the previous years or incidences, but that's a little concerning, cause you
The
know.
chief can meet with both of you,
Mhm,
you know, and help you,
mhm.
give you some guidance, but yeah, different house.
And Jeremy gives his word, he really means.
Yeah, they'll do it.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Anybody else, something on the agenda, go ahead, come on up.
Hello, Sharon Ryder on Elwood Avenue, Flemington, New Jersey. I have acknowledged and appreciate all the stop signs that are in the borough now on Park and Plymouth. Well, we need them on Elwood because what's happened is all the traffic that's avoiding the stop signs that are existing are all, the traffic's being increased and thrown into Elwood Avenue. And they're speeding on our street and flying through because they know there's no stop signs on Elwood. And I would like to request either stop signs on Elwood equal to what's on Broad and Park and Mine Street, or speed bumps.
The parking committee actually, you don't want speed bumps because they make a lot of noise. So I know DPW hates them because they ruin plows. So, we are looking at putting a speed table like a Mesa down on Mine Street when we redo that road down there, slow traffic down. It's much larger, it doesn't make that ba-bum. Goes up, people slow down, it goes across and it comes down. But we just had our traffic engineer look at Elwood. We had to look at Elwood and Emory and Elwood and Pennsylvania. And he did not feel, and our chief concurred, it was warranted at this time. People are rolling through stop signs a bit, but he sat there during school, he sat there before school, our chief did as well. He has added more police in the morning regarding the speeding, but you know, the problem is not Elwood Avenue on Emory, it's people coming from Route 31 rolling through the Emory sign and not coming to a full stop. Tomorrow, that's that area, Broad Street, at Bloomfield Avenue, and I believe Pennsylvania Avenue are all gonna have their stops ahead refreshed tomorrow, literally tomorrow.
Maybe on the-
It'll be painted, it'll all be painted, William Street is gonna be done as well, so the stop aheads are very, very faded, and I think one of those areas doesn't even have a notice, there's a stop sign coming up. So they're all getting, like, I know Broad Street doesn't, so they're all getting refreshed or painted to make it brighter. And there has been increased police on Elwood pulling over speeders. They picked up a woman who worked at Hunter Central a couple of weeks ago, doing 52 miles an hour on Elwood, who rolled through the stop sign at Pennsylvania. So, you know, we know what's happening, right?
Well, I'm on the block between New York and Pennsylvania Avenue, and I'm seeing them coming down New York Avenue, turning on Elwood and flying through.
So is that happening at night or is that happening during?
A lot at night.
Cause I hear you, cause when you said school, that may not be the time. It's because it's the same thing happens on Broad Street, whether they have stop signs there or not. I'm just, so I hear your pain. I really do. I hear you. So the point of it is that if he did the study, did he do the study at night? Because that seems to be where the problem is.
I didn't study that intersection. It
Well,
was Emory and it was Pennsylvania.
right, and I've been there 21 years and I've always been very happy that it's been such a quiet street, one block off of 31. It is not a quiet street in
So
America.
that's, I'll look at that.
Thank you.
Okay,
We actually,
You'll take the
we actually
notes
talked
about-
about that at the parking committee meeting last week, so we can take another look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Come on, Connor, I need your name and address.
Well,
Okay,
I had no intention of speaking. Colleen Rossetti, 36 Pennsylvania Avenue, on the corner of Pennsylvania and Elwood. Thank you. And we call it the Hunterdon Central Speedway. At 7 o'clock in the morning, coming down Pennsylvania Avenue, making a left towards Elway. It's you go that way, then you make a right onto Highland Avenue, so it's like an S.
Yeah.
And we have an immense amount of young children now in the neighborhood, riding their scooters, their bikes, and bus stops. And it's amazing how fast people take that. And we've talked in the neighborhood about having a four-way stop at Elwood in Pennsylvania just because of that. The bus stops and the kids. And I'm waiting, I'm praying I never have to witness a child on the roadway.
so like I said, our chief went out, our traffic engineer went out, and at that exact intersection. About making it four-way, and they just didn't see the traffic.
It is a very
We can send
busy.
it out again, I mean, we have I know there's a concern about the quote circle at Highland Avenue, how people don't.
He only goes this
So we're
way
doing
over
a request-
Pennsylvania,
we're putting,
down
we're putting a
Elwood.
request to the state to make that into a stop sign. You know, where the people come around the
Yeah.
curve at Highland to go to the light.
I'm just gonna
And
tell you,
check
we
it,
have a
our
lot of
traffic-
kids.
Our traffic engineer noted a lot of problems with the circle right there on Highland.
I got it,
It's not
yep.
signed properly, it's not marked properly, it's not painted properly, and that's under state jurisdiction
Okay.
because of how close it is to the highway. So he's gonna draft a letter to the state asking them to get it fixed correctly, including a stop sign on instead of the yield. We'll send them back out and take a look again early in the morning on Pensy Bike. Because Elwood's got to stop. And, okay,
Yep, but
people coming down Pennsylvania.
go left
didn't seem
onto
to be an
Elwood.
issue, but we'll have a look at it.
Yeah, I don't have to set my alarm because I can hear the squeaking wheels of young drivers as they wheel around, and I've seen accidents there
One
often.
time.
Like 7 o'clock in the morning.
So that's what they're saying, that's what they're.
Yeah, it really is. We've been in the neighborhood talking about asking for a four-way stop there because, again, we have a mess of new little kids.
Ms. Rossetti,
Which is wonderful.
I actually spoke to your neighbor and they were the ones that brought that issue to the attention and I brought it to the attention of the parking committee, so we'll take another look at that.
Yeah, I don't wanna have to pick up any little kids. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, no, anybody online, Carla?
Nope.
Not yet, yeah. Nope. All right, back on the agenda. Approval of minutes, regular second, January 2025. Your second,
Central second.
everybody okay? All in favor, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have one proclamation proclaiming the month of October 2025 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. Councilman Wilson Sarr is going to read that, please.
Okay. Proclaiming the month of October 2025 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. Whereas pregnancy and infant loss are such a common occurrence, one that is usually not recognized. And whereas many of the borough of Flemington, Hunterdon County, state of New Jersey parents and families have suffered a miscarriage, a stillbirth, or the death of an infant during delivery or shortly after birth. And whereas this devastating tragedy often occurs suddenly without warning as a result of miscarriage, stillbirth, preterm birth, sudden infant death syndrome, accident, or other causes or complications. And whereas the borough of Flemington, Hunterdon County, state of New Jersey, wishes to acknowledge the profound grief experienced by families who suffered the death of a baby, and whereas the borough of Flemington, Hunterdon County, state of New Jersey wishes to acknowledge the existence of the babies and infants that died far too early. And whereas even the shortest lives are still valuable, and the grief of those who mourn the loss of these lives should not be trivialized. And whereas the 15th day of October is recognized in parts of the United States and in many other jurisdictions around the world as a day of remembrance and awareness of pregnancy and infant loss. And whereas the tragedy of pregnancy and infant loss, which exacts a terrible emotional toll, may be preventable in some instances, and whereas increased awareness of the causes and impacts around pregnancy and infant loss may lead to greater understanding, support, and resources in communities across the borough of Flemington, Hunterdon County, state of New Jersey. And whereas a month of remembrance honors the lives of children taken far too soon and supports grieving parents, grandparents, siblings, and other family members whose lives are forever altered by the heartbreak of losing a child. And whereas those parents and families require support and understanding during their time of grief. And whereas promoting awareness of the challenges faced by those parents and families is a positive means of establishing support and understanding. Whereas recognizing Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Remembrance Month would enable the people of the borough of Flemington, Hunterdon County, state of New Jersey to consider how, as individuals and communities, they can meet the needs of bereaved mothers, fathers, and family members and work to prevent the causes of these deaths. Now, therefore, the mayor and council do hereby proclaim October as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month in the borough of Flemington, Hunterdon County, state of New Jersey, and encourage parents, caregivers, and all residents to become educated in opportunities to prevent pregnancy and infant loss and support bereaved families when prevention is not possible.
Thank you. We're on consent agenda. All right, consent agenda, resolution 2025-142, resolution approving a refund due to 100% disabled veteran exemption on block 33 lot 12, resolution 2025-143. Resolution approving a refund due to 100% disabled veteran exemption on block 14 lot 10. Resolution 2025-144, resolution approving refund with redemption of sales tax certificate on block 13 lot 10. Resolution 2025-145, resolution approving a refund for an erroneous payment made on block 36 lot 28. Resolution 26-146, chapter 159, recycling tonnage grant. Resolution 2025-147, chapter 159, and communities grant. Resolution 2025-148, chapter 159, alcohol education rehabilitation and enforcement grant. Resolution 2025-149, resolution authorizing the street closure of the third annual Harvest Festival on October 4, 2025, with the rain date of October 18, 2025. Resolution 2025-150, resolution authorizing the retirement of canine dog Tita and transfer all responsibilities to Patrolman Zito as a civilian companion. Resolution 2025-151, resolution authorizing the donation of canine Elza to the Union County Sheriff's Department. Resolution 2025-152, resolution authorizing the donation of remaining canine funds to Stockton Veterinary Hospital. Resolution 2025-153, resolution approving a refund for the redemption of sale tax sale certificate on block 2, lot 43. Resolution 2025-154, resolution appointing new members to the CERT team. Resolution 2025-155, resolution authorizing a contract with RNS Landscape to abate public safety hazards at 146 Main Street, block 38, lot 2, and authorizing the tax collector for legal properties. Is there anybody who wants anything removed off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing none, can I have a motion, please, to approve these resolutions?
Sorrow.
Go ahead.
Sorrow.
Long will second.
Great, roll call, please.
For Councilman Harris,
Yes.
Councilwoman Blumer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasora,
Yes.
Councilman Levitt,
Yes.
Council Vice President Long,
Yes.
Council President Parker.
Yes.
Thank you. We have two ordinances to introduce tonight, ordinance 2025-23, ordinance amending chapter 4 licensing of the municipal code of the borough of Flemington to create a new section 4-18 entitled dumpsters. This ordinance will allow the police department to issue and our construction office to issue our construction office and our clerk to issue permits that will be of no additional charge, and our police department to actually limit the amount of time they can be on the street with one extension. So people would be able to have a dumpster for a month on this public street, not more than 2 months in your own driveway, as long as you want. Can I have a motion to introduce?
Engelhardt will move.
Or second?
Well, second.
No discussion, I'm sorry, roll call please.
Councilman Harris,
Yes.
Councilwoman Blumer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasora,
Yes.
Councilman Levitt,
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President Parker.
Yes.
Public hearing scheduled for when's our first meeting in October? Is it moving the Jewish holidays?
The 14th.
Okay, public hearing on 14th of October, thank you. Ordinance 2025 an ordinance amending chapter 34, zoning of the Borough Municipal Code provides for compliance with certain traffic regulations. Can I have a motion to introduce? For second,
Parker second.
roll call please.
Or Councilman Arias,
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasaro,
Yes.
Councilman Levitt,
Yes.
Council Vice President Long,
Yes.
and Council President Schleifer.
Yes.
Thank you, public hearing scheduled for October 14th. Okay. We're up to the public hearing on ordinance 2025-21, an ordinance amending chapter 12, land development definitions of the Borough Code, chapter 16, design and performance standards of the Borough Code, and chapter 26, zoning of the Borough Code. Can I have a motion to open this public hearing to the public? Is
Parker move.
there a second?
Fasaro, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This public hearing is now open to the public. Members of the public wishing to speak online, please raise your hand. In the audience, please come up in one at a time. I need your name and your address, your residential address. If you want to say what property you own in Flemington as well, that's fine.
Do you want Dennis to go first? Can you raise his hand?
So Dennis, you go, I don't care. Dennis, shows online. All right, so I need your name and address for the record, please.
That way people could get in the room.
No, I think we're at capacity.
Yeah, we're.
Well, maybe what we should say is that if someone is finished with.
Hi, can you hear me?
and-
Yeah, hold on, Dennis. I'll do Dennis first and then somebody else.
Yeah, and then one comes in, the other one can be, yeah, so everybody can get in.
Okay, Dennis.
Okay, good evening. I am Dennis Shobe, a resident of Flemington at 194 Main Street. And I would like to comment about potential downtown business zoning changes from a resident's perspective. First, my wife Maria and I would like to thank the mayor and borough council for all they do for Flemington Borough. I would also like to say that I've watched every borough council meeting video since we moved into Flemington Borough from Raritan Township in 2021. Regarding the Borough Council's proposed downtown business zoning changes that directly impact historic Main Street, it has been clear that landlords had plenty of input with the Borough Council and significant influence on the proposed ordinance. As a resident of Flemington who now pays over $30,000 a year in property taxes, which I believe is probably a lot more than many landlords, I asked the council, where was the open forum inviting residents to provide their view on what they want for downtown? Why didn't that happen before developing and introducing the proposed ordinance? With Courthouse Square opening soon, we believe many residents don't want more new apartments on Main Street. In addition, we believe many residents are not interested in having valuable parking spaces behind existing Main Street buildings taken away to allow landlords to expand buildings over those parking spaces. I also saw multiple council meetings where the parking committee was recommending permit parking for Flemington residents to ensure they don't have parking problems, especially since Courthouse Square is not providing free parking for their apartments, which will certainly cause a parking problem. Why are we waiting for a problem that is inevitable to happen before proactively addressing the issue in advance of the problem? Regarding the proposed ordinance, in addition to concerns promoting the addition of more apartments on Main Street and allowing to eliminate existing parking in the rear properties, we are disappointed that the Borough Council is not willing to make a bold statement grandfathering existing office space on the first floor on Main Street, but not allowing additional offices on the first floor facing Main Street to ensure the borough sends a clear message to people, including entrepreneurs, that we want their retail services, experiences, businesses, and restaurants on Main Street. Many towns have ordinances prohibiting offices on the first floor on their downtown Main Street, including Pennington, Westfield, Maplewood, Red Bank, Morristown, Montclair, Summit, and Princeton. Those towns have made the bold, future-looking statement prohibiting offices on the first floor, and we feel Flemington should be doing the same. Currently, Main Street has a lot of vacant space, so no one can say there is a demand for office space that isn't being met in the borough. There are plenty of vacant spaces that can be used for offices in Victorian Plaza and the Old Egg Auction, which have plenty of parking. I sincerely thank you for letting me give my comments as a very concerned resident of Flemington. We love Flemington, and I believe we all want a vibrant Main Street at night and on the weekends, every weekend, which doesn't exist today. Once again, I ask, where was the open forum to ask residents what they want? I asked the Borough Council to delay voting on the ordinance and hold an open forum for residents to publicly state what they want to help shape what is being proposed. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. You have a microphone you're gonna pass around, you want to get up? I didn't stand so I can hear you, but is it bad for anybody else? Name and address for the record, please.
Cheryl Fontaine. How you gonna talk in the mic?
Hold on, I
Cheryl Fontaine, 68 Mine Street, Flemington. And I really just want to say ditto, because I agree with everything that Dennis was talking about. I mean, I'm really concerned with more apartments built up on Main Street when we really want the vibrancy, like Somerville, like Lambertville, businesses that bring in revenue and people. So that's it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Sharon Ryder, Elwood Avenue, Flemington. Ditto to Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for the clarity of what you've presented tonight. I too agree with the retail stores on Main Street. I watched Red Bank die in the 70s. In the 80s, it started to come back and come alive. And today it is like a very active, vibrant community. And we need that here in Flemington, because I watched Flemington die in 2008 when the hotel shut down, and it's been dying. And now is the time to say no more to apartments. The parking is going to be horrific if these landlords don't supply parking for their residents. And we need retail stores to attract others. Thank you, Dennis, for your clarity.
Yeah. I'll go first.
Good evening, Tony Gushu, owner of Within Spirit, Flemington Ghost Walk, Stangle Moon Markets, 37 Stangle Road,
Residential address, please.
Kingwood, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I'd like to first point out that while Mr. Shaw was speaking as a resident, he is a member of the planning board. As a small business owner and as well as being an FID board member, I am extremely disheartened with this entire project. Not one member of the planning board owns a brick and mortar retail shop in Flemington know the struggles of our business community in this fragile economy. There has been zero dialogue with small business owners on the planning board's behalf to see what small business wants or even basic needs are and what makes sense. Who did do that? The council members who created this ordinance, who have each personally come to me, asked for feedback and asked for my and other small businesses' feelings about the zoning as is and as proposed. According to the 2024 borough budget, as the 2025 budget is not on the borough website, commercial properties make up about 20% of our almost 1,100 structures in the borough, and these properties contribute over 36% of the tax base. So I'm not really sure why the planning board did feel that it is necessary to consult with those that it does directly affect as well. On top of the fact that while we do have very high residential property taxes here, if you do not have tenants in these commercial properties, you're not going to be getting that tax base as well. You know, I've heard some people mention here Red Bank and Somerville. I would advise you to see what the commercial property rental prices are in those towns. After watching the planning board meeting from September 9th, there are a number of factors discussed in the recommendations that I take issue with. First is limiting office to the second floor. If you look at the borough's 2022 Stantec report, it does not say we should be taking away office space from Main Street, rather than a healthy mix is the recommendation to create a mix of offerings in a downtown setting. There is also currently a lack of suitable first floor retail on Main Street. My second issue is with the restriction of pop-ups. Limiting pop-ups to the DB and DB2 zoning areas creates a number of problems. First, the cost and traffic disruption is substantial to close Main Street. In reality, it is only feasible to close Main Street for our county, borough, and FID sponsored events. Hosting pop-ups in other business districts like Stangl and Fulper, which are directly adjacent to Main Street, because let's be real, this town is not that big, still creates a vibrant downtown area. Events create revenue for small businesses because of the increase in foot traffic. Saying a small business cannot have a pop-up because they happen to be mid-lease in another business district where they have been successfully implementing them is detrimental to the financial health of many small businesses, and is creating not only a prejudice, but a potential liability for the borough, especially when retail conducive spaces do not exist on Main Street. Most importantly on this point, the master plan's sole purpose and focus is bettering all of Flemington, not just Main Street. So how about we not step all over everybody else who helped keep Flemington going when Main Street was desolate? The recommendations about parking and deliveries holding up traffic during that September 9th meeting were also fallacies. UPS, FedEx, Amazon, and other providers are already delivering to Main Street with no issues. No small business is getting a delivery so large where traffic is being held up for extended periods of time, and we are not getting a ShopRite on Main Street where deliveries are taking hours to deliver. If a business has such large-scale delivery needs, they are looking for a space with a loading dock to accommodate said deliveries, which does not exist on Main Street. We are talking about a couple of boxes and a signature. The borough can also designate delivery zones where a delivery truck can park and hand truck the deliveries to our businesses. This model exists in many other active Main Streets, as some were namely mentioned by other speakers. Unfortunately, Flemington is not viewed as business friendly. We have had issues ranging from signage to zoning denials because of how an application was written without receiving feedback from those borough officials or courtesy of a conversation. Meanwhile, we have properties falling into the ground and properties with mold issues the potential tenants do not want to inhabit and are currently not realistically rentable. It is my hope that as we address the future of Flemington, we can have a more cohesive relationship between borough officials, the FID, planning board, and various commissions, i.e. maybe some business representation on the parking commission. We all want a better Flemington, but not everyone is on the same page and working together at this point. And until that happens, we are going to keep spending time fighting these battles instead of ushering in the better vision. The zoning as proposed by the 2025 ordinance works because it makes sense at this time and gets us to the transitional place we are currently at while providing room for needed improvements. The master plan has been adapted over the years, and I am sure as we evolve and grow, it will adapt again. The difference here is council talked to small businesses about the zoning while the planning board did not, and that is why I and many other business owners are here tonight in full support of the changes, whether they're master plan congruent or not. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Nicole Stewart. I am the co-owner of Within Spirit, Flemington Ghost Walk, Stangl Moon Markets at 37 Stangl Road in Flemington. I also live in Kingwood, New Jersey. I have just a couple of points that I want to make today, but I do want to start with an apology about the disruption of all the business owners here, but these business owners are worried about the disruption to their livelihood. My first point regards the amount of inventory conducive to first floor retail in Flemington. I and Tony, when our lease was up last year, did do a comprehensive search to find a spot possibly on Main Street. We could have found spaces, but some of them would have taken $25,000 to $30,000 to convert into a retail space. This is a huge problem. Existing landlords will not be the ones to take that responsibility on themselves. They're expecting the business owners, and probably most of you here, we don't have that kind of money in this economy. If first floor retail and walkable shopping Main Street is the goal, which I think it is and would be beautiful here, then landlords need to be incentivized to be willing to work with retail operations to bring these to Main Street. Again, Not everybody can afford this massive build out, especially in a borough where residents rank 23rd out of 26 municipalities in a medium income, according to our 22 census. Putting all of the responsibility on the tenant means you're possibly telling your own constituents that they'll never be able to do business in Flemington. Additionally, I'm a huge proponent of historic preservation. I have been doing fundraising for over 20 years. My nonprofits have raised thousands and thousands of dollars for historic preservation and restoration, including in Hunterdon County and Flemington. I will also say that at 39 years of age, I was diagnosed with a major heart condition, which made going up and down stairs a problem. So consider your residents when you're talking about having all service businesses on second floors. At 39 years old, I couldn't even do a flight of stairs because of my condition. You're going to have residents that are going to have that problem. So just keep that in mind. Have some consideration, you know, that the tenants or the landlords aren't going to put in, you know, jazzy scooters that go up or elevators. And one last thing that I want to add, and this is with all due respect, there have been comments made by you, Mayor Caro, about being more concerned about your current residents and your constituents, which is really important. But we do have to also think about the future of Flemington, the future of the residents, the future of the business owners, because I've heard a lot of people talking about who are residents, they want more business here, but I'm going to tell you, in the current climate, we're not going to be here. So please take all of this into consideration. I hope that the planning board will go back to the slate, talk to some business owners who actually know the hardships and all of the ins and outs of running a business here. Thank you.
Hello again, Heatherly Scully, Hillsborough, New Jersey. I own the Groovy Collective on 48 Main, and here is my story. So I'm a new business owner on Main Street, and I'm here today to share my personal experience and urge the board to reconsider certain zoning restrictions. I believe that changes are needed if Flemington is to continue growing and welcoming new entrepreneurs into our community. When I began this journey over a year ago, I was hopeful that Flemington could be a part of, that I could be part of the revival story. I actually found Flemington by chance. I didn't really grow up around here. And after branching out from my home county of Somerset, a realtor suggested I look here, where rent might be a little bit more attainable for someone starting fresh, you know, not like Somerville and New Hope and all those places. So over time, I viewed more than 45 properties between Main Street, Stengel, and the Circle. Along the way, I faced many challenges. I submitted 3 zoning applications, reviewed over 7 leases, consulted lawyers, and came close to giving up. Many of the properties in this town are in serious disrepair, with mold problems and landlords unwilling to make improvements. In most cases, landlords expected tenants to take on extensive repairs and renovations, an unreasonable request for someone renting rather than owning. The issue highlights a larger problem. Too many property owners do not share Flemington's mission to grow. As a result, many buildings remain vacant and Main Street struggles to become a desirable destination it has potential to be. On top of these challenges, the current zoning restrictions make it even harder for small businesses, especially those with mixed concepts like mine, to establish themselves. Requirements and the wording around workshops, events, and community activities often create unnecessary barriers, even though those very activities are what attract people, foster connection, and build community here in town. While I don't claim to fully understand all the technicalities of zoning, I can say from personal experience that the way that it is currently structured discourages new businesses from coming here. If I had not been persistent and campaigned for my business, I would not likely to have found a suitable location, especially in Flemington. After 8 months of searching, I finally was fortunate enough to secure the space I now occupy, and I'm incredibly grateful. I asked the board to please consider making zoning policies more flexible, inviting, and supporting of entrepreneurs. The future of Flemington's growth depends on our ability to welcome new ideas, new businesses, and new people who want to invest in this town. With the right changes, Main Street, Stengel, can thrive again. Well, Main Street, because Stengel's pretty thriving to me. I also wanted to add, that I didn't put in here, and I don't know, again, I'm learning about this whole thing. If this is an appropriate place, to discuss the walkability of Flemington and Main Street. We don't really have a huge walking culture in America in general. But if you go to places like New Hope or Lambertville, you're walking all day, at least I am. And I love going to new towns and walking and discovering new things. But I would also like people to maybe consider bridging the gap between Stengel and the Main Street businesses. I'm a big advocate and supporter of collaborating together. I think that it is the business's responsibility to be able to promote their businesses in a way that is collaborative. I'm a big component with my store, finding connection, creativity, and community. So my point being is not only being able to work together as the businesses between Stengel and Main Street, but also promoting walkability, making Main Street beautiful, colorful, flower boxes, get rid of the 2 dead trees in front of my store, put banners. We need fairy lights across the street. Music outside, something, murals, art. Yeah, just a suggestion, and I hope that we can work together to figure that part out. Thank you.
Hi. I am Jen Iliadis. I own Wildflower Yoga Collective.
Can you spell your last
Oh,
name?
yeah, please spell your last name.
Well, just do Jen Iliadis, Eliades.
And your residence is here?
I live in Flemington, but I own Wildflower Yoga Collective out in Stengel. So my question, first I want to pose something to you. What exactly are you defining as a pop-up? Are you considering this Karma Fest, Stengel, Witch Walk, Sip and Strolls?
This is really a comment session, not for questions.
Okay, so if you are considering all of these events as part of a pop-up. Yes, we have a ton of them on Stengel. I mean, there's like 50 plus, and it's great. We've brought the community together, right? So I've lived here for all of my life. I remember when Main Street was up and running. We used to go to drinks at the Union Hotel, great stores and everything. But during that time, Stengel was dark. And now Flemington is dark. And Stengel is thriving. And we have done and worked together as businesses in Stengel to grow Stengel into what it is, to all of these events, not just for us, but to bring the community together. And we have worked with the businesses on Main Street to bring them into our events, have them as vendors and pop-ups to get their name out there at our events, that they are on Main Street while all of this construction is going on. And so, Mr. Parker, you talked about in your beginning sentence how the divide. I feel like now we're trying to divide us. You want all of these pop-ups to now be on Main Street, take them away from Stengel. Why can't we have it both? Why can't we have the whole events be on me? And
I think it's a little bit.
that's what we were told.
Oh, that's what we were told.
We were told that the pop-ups, it can't be that they want them on Main Street.
No, the master plan states, master plan. No, I don't know, I don't really wanna have dialogue, because it's really commentary for you all. But the master plan states that pop-ups should be on Main Street, keep the strength of Main Street. Just because some things are found as inconsistent to the master plan, doesn't necessarily mean the planning board does or doesn't want them. But it's in the master plan right now. So there's things that people are willing to die on the sword for and things that they aren't. So you keep going on your comments, but it's in the master plan. What the planning board is charged with is whether or not the elements of this ordinance are consistent with the elements in the master,
Okay.
okay?
Well, so I'm saying we have Karma Fest, bringing Karma Fest is down Stangle Road. Bringing Karma Fest to Main Street wouldn't work. It's not big enough. It's also something we did to be free to the community, and we don't have a budget. We don't make money to close down the street off Main Street to bring that to Main Street. That's it.
I'll take it.
So what was said at the last planning board meeting was, oh, I'm Robin Lapidus. I'm the executive director of the Flemington Improvement District. And what I wish you would use Otter, whatever it is, so that we could get a transcript of what is said immediately after your meetings. I think would really help everybody. So you don't have to try to find a video, watch it. We have Zoom calls, today where everything is transcribed before the meeting ends. You get an email 5 minutes later. I went to the last planning board meeting to learn about the consistency or inconsistency of this zoning with the master plan. What was said repeatedly was the words forcing things onto Main Street. We have to, that the master plan is written the way that it's written to force things onto Main Street, forcing retail onto Main Street, forcing activity onto Main Street. Planning board members said something about pop-ups. If pop-ups take place in other zones, then it won't force activity to be onto Main Street. If we have office on the first floor, we can't force retail into a property owner's commercial building. This concept of forcing things and dividing people, I don't even know if I can say what I want to say without crying. When I moved here, I rented and I was insulted at many public meetings as a renter because renters were said to be not as good citizens or not as involved as people who own their properties. I am sorry, but that is so not true. And it is so incredibly insulting that I don't even know where to go from that. Second, somebody said at the last planning board meeting that this zoning is a landlord driven ordinance, letting them do whatever they want. What about everybody else? What about what we want? What about what the people have invested in this town? Because we looked at the development investment plans, why are we not talking to landlords? Why are we not talking to businesses? There's not a commercial property owning person on the planning board. There's not a small business on the planning board. Why? It makes no sense. So this thing about pop-ups has confused everybody. What we said when we were asked by the council and by the planner, what do businesses today need? No one is buying off the rack. You walk into a store, you look at a sweater, you can go home and buy it on Amazon for a hell of a lot less. We all say shop local, shop local, shop local, but really, how many times have you ever not walked into a store and then found something for less online and had it shipped to your house? It's killing our business area, but so is this divisiveness, this lack of interest in having dialogues with each other. It's outrageous to me to insult renters, to insult landlords, to make it seem like a person who owns a property in this town for commercial purposes is somehow only about money and not about the community and not about their tenants and not about what we all want, which is active, vibrant streets. So enough from me. I am going to read you a letter from one of our newest businesses that I think have something we all would agree we all want: chocolate. To whom it may concern, we are the proud owners of Mr. Pops. they are unable to be here tonight because they're not feeling well. We are reaching out to express our concerns regarding the proposed removal of all non-retail establishments from the first floor spaces of historic Main Street. Upon our arrival on historic Main Street, we were inspired by the wonderful opportunities available for everyone, not just for retail and dining, but also for non-retail business. Although we are relatively new to the area, we have observed enough to recognize that eliminating all non-retail options from the first floor could lead to a host of unforeseen consequences. Had we been aware of such a proposal prior to officially opening our doors, we would have contemplated relocating our business, as this plan favored by some is not embraced by the majority. Non-retail can positively impact retail and vice versa. By opening our eyes to the opportunities created through collaboration, we can achieve great returns. For instance, how does chocolate tie into a real estate office? Just like River Valley, our neighboring business, we provide coffee and chocolates for their clients and events, right? Local banks purchase our chocolate, Pops as gifts for their clients. Attorneys order our pastries and chocolates for meetings. We have collectively boosted our returning customer base. Do you see the opportunities for us all to get along? Business is business and everyone needs to provide for their families. However, it is vital to maintain a healthy mix of all business types on Main Street to create a vibrant and diverse shopping district that attracts both tourists and shoppers. If our chocolate is that good, you could consider moving next door to buy a house because that's the charm of Main Street. You could even sue us because the chocolate tastes so good just by walking across the street to a first floor law office. To flourish, we must look forward instead of backward. We do not have multi-million-dollar projects aimed at boosting our town's economy only to revert to a bygone era. The shopping district of the 80s and the 2000s is behind us. As we step into a new era, let us collectively embrace the incredible future that awaits us each day. Sincerely, Mr. Pops.
Melisky Eisenhut. Where is it? Melisky Eisenhut. I'm gonna promote you so you can speak. Yeah. Take yourself off mute.
Hi, thank you. My name is Adam Eisenhut. I was a resident of the borough for 10 years. I currently live in Buckingham, Pennsylvania, and I'm a co-owner of 7 Main Street, which is a law office. I've been an attorney on Main Street for over 15 years. We just recently purchased 7 Main Street and moved our law office from 169 to 7. We spent a lot of money to renovate it so that it could be a law office. And candidly, it's just very concerning to see the opposition to having law offices in Flemington. I think that we provide an important service. Flemington is the county seat. We're adjacent to the courthouse. Our law firm provides services to victims of domestic violence. We do volunteer work. I believe some of our clients who come in then leave and they go eat and they go purchase things. So I do think that we are definitely a part of the community. And the way people are complaining about office space, I think just is very exclusionary. And I think that it really, there's just room for everybody. And I lived right off of, again, Main Street for 10 years. I want to see Main Street grow and flourish, but I think that office space has a role in that. And I think saying that we're just going to change the rules after people have invested in the community is a little just insulting towards the efforts of the people who have been here for a very long time. And I think that it devalues the property, and I think it just disincentivizes future investment. So I support the current proposal and ordinance, and even if it is in not exactly in line with the master plan, I think it's still what's best for Flemington. So thank you.
Marla, you have to bring down the like Dennis, you have to bring them back down, because you now have made them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, make them back to attendees.
Yeah, you have to make them, bring them back.
Where, but,
3 dots.
oh, wait,
3 dots.
why isn't he a dot?
It's really easy to do stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's really
What is
easy.
it?
So we're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Go ahead, name and address, please.
My name is James Calkey. I'm at 33 Brown Street in Flemington. I grew up in Raritan Township and have been a resident of Flemington Borough since 2002. Growing up in Raritan Township, Flemington was a vibrant, exciting town. There was always stuff going on during the day, on the weekends, into the evening. The closure of Union Hotel back in 08, I suppose that was, did great damage to Flemington and its identity. People didn't have as much reason to stay on Main Street. If they came on Main Street in the morning, there wasn't a place to have a burger and a beer, so they didn't bother staying for the afternoon. I feel that that's twofold, however. The reemergence of the Union Hotel will be a very positive thing in that people will have a spot to go have lunch when they're doing whatever it is they're doing on Main Street. But it's always been commerce driven. Shopping, I don't discount the need for their offices, etc., but it was a commerce driven Main Street. There are main streets in this country, and I've driven through many of them in the tri-state area in the last few months in my job, and some of them are residents driven. That is not Flemington. That doesn't mean Flemington can't grow and change. But people are going to go to Flemington because they want to buy stuff. They want to go into stores, whether they're buying stuff or not, they want to walk around. The addition of more residences, apartments, etc. on Main Street does nothing for me. As a resident of Flemington, that does not enhance my life here. I feel that I've always referred to the Union Hotel, for example, as an anchor store in a mall. Right? If you've got a shopping mall and you don't have a Macy's or a Lord & Taylor's or at least a JCPenney, you're gonna die. Right? We've got the Union Hotel coming back. And if we only have a handful of commerce shops and restaurants and whatever, people who come in the morning, they might go in for the burger and beer, but they're not going to stay for the afternoon if there's nothing else to see. And what will happen eventually is they won't stay for the burger and the beer. What will happen next is they won't come to Flemington. The vibrance of Flemington Main Street is its commerce, is its welcoming businesses. It is not driven by apartments. It is driven by people getting out, meeting, not by sky-high garages to park too many cars in. Right? Thank you.
Hi there, Jane DeHaven, 33 Pennsylvania Avenue. I actually didn't expect to talk today, but just wanted, as a jumping off point, someone talked about changing the rules. I think that this borough put an awful lot of work into putting a master plan together. And it seems to me that the planning board planner looked at that master plan and made very definitive comments on how this ordinance would or would not meet the goals of that master plan, and found that they really would not meet the goals of that master plan. As I understand it, the planning board unanimously, in fact, put together their own resolution, trying to help this council understand their concerns with how this ordinance would adversely impact the master plan. So I would just really ask that the borough council members read that resolution, and with its, I think, very succinct and important information from James Kyle, and before doing anything. Doesn't mean you have to not do anything at all, but it means that it would be very helpful to look things over again and then move forward if it's warranted. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Donna Drews. I live at 26 Samuel Drive in Raritan Township. I'm here tonight to support one of the planning board's additional recommendations that came up during the public hearing on the ordinance. And basically, that recommendation says that the governing body should permit social service agencies and family service uses in the downtown business and downtown business 2 districts. The unintentional removal of these uses, I believe, is inconsistent with your 2022 master plan. That master plan, under its land use element, notes that the downtown business is where the majority of the borough's downtown it encompasses the majority of the borough's downtown and permits a variety of retail, office, and services uses. Well, I hold that individual and family services like senior legal services and Harbor Hope and all these great social service agencies that are in the Flemington area because of its role as a county seat, as long as counseling services are really critically important. So therefore, I would really request that, these services though, also generate high foot traffic. When you see the kids that are going to Carol DeVore's place and the families that are going, they generate foot traffic. So they are meeting the needs of your community. By removing these uses, you're also going to make the existing ones that are here a pre-existing non-conforming use. And we've heard this evening how expensive it is to go for a use variance in this community. And so we really want to think about going back and following the planning board's recommendation of keeping individual and family services in the DB and the downtown business 2 district, because it also additionally supports your master plan goal to employ strategies that encourage community and economic development within the borough. And individual and social service organizations strengthen your community fabric by meeting the needs of seniors, families, children, and all individuals by providing a wide range of resources, support, and programming. So I encourage the governing body to implement recommendation number 3 from the planning board. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Want to go to your online?
There's another online?
Their hand up.
What?
If anybody on there online wants to put their hand up, you have to do that in order to get called on.
Yeah.
Cool. Kind of loud. Hi, everybody. I'm Ally Norton. I live at 29 East Main Street and I own a business at 52 Main Street called The Corner. I also rent a space upstairs for a portrait studio for Dave Lauren Photo. I asked council to vote in favor of the ordinance. There's a couple things that I do want to clarify. First, retail on the first floor. I was here in 2024 at several council meetings where there were discussions about zoning the first time. And while I love the idea as a resident and as a business owner that Main Street is covered in retail stores, it is a pipe dream that is unlikely to happen. And I know that because I am the former chair of the FID board and I had the opportunity to walk through all of the available and some not available spaces with multiple business owners. Heather Lee was one of them. My friends who are opening Charmed and Bound are another one, where it is near impossible to convert these spaces without a huge amount of money. Flemington is not favorable to bring in businesses with a ton of money. So we have to understand where our limitations are. I also hear the comparison to Somerville. I have friends who own stores in Somerville. I am a 3rd generation small business owner. My grandparents owned a store on Main Street in Somerville. The vacancy rate for retail stores there is huge. You talk to the people who are running the business association there, even in Morristown, some of these towns, New Hope, you walk there are vacancies everywhere. When you are forcing landlords to conform to certain things,
the onus is on the retailers, and oftentimes we do not have the capital to be doing that. The next thing I wanted to touch on was the pop-up shops. Pop-up shops should be allowed in every single commercial business that exists in the entire borough. When I tell you that I have held, Brian earmuffs, so many illegal pop-ups in my store because I did not realize until I had to stop doing them, that a wreath making workshop to try and sell some of this stuff and bring people in, that having the HC Mamas sponsor an event because they wanted to come and they wanted to bring community together, illegal. I want to have a shopping night outside of my work hours, illegal. None of that is allowed in the current zoning, but in the zoning ordinance here, it's allowed. The last thing I just want to bring up is I've heard a lot of sorry, I really wish I brought my water, but I've heard a lot of concern about adding apartments on Main Street, and I hear that. I get that. I know there are concerns. What I say is when you think about what is written specifically in this ordinance, and you look at the likelihood of apartments, it is very small. And just because it's a possibility does not mean that it's going to happen. Just because there are variances, I think, that were passed for people to do this, and those have not been turned into apartments. So I just want to make sure we're being realistic about what the impacts are for not voting for this on the businesses, knowing that I come at this from both a business owner and resident perspective. Please vote for the ordinance. Thank you.
Stay on the microphone, sorry. Pop out of here. Just get you some tea. Oh, sorry. I'm just like my name's Gabriella Truppi. I own Humdo Ice Cream on Stangle Road. I was a resident here the past 2 years. I'm now in Doylestown, so I'm no longer one of the evil, no good, dangerous renters that I was the past 2 years. I wanted to specifically talk about the master plan and its push to Main Street. I went to Hunter Central High School. I'm only 26 years old. I've had my business this was my 7th ice cream season. But I put everything that I had into coming to Flemington, and my entire dream lives in Flemington. And I think the thing that a lot of people forget about business owners in this town is that we are people. We are not huge corporations with really large margins. This is how we put a roof over our head. And for most of us, it like really is a dream. And the master plan pushing everything to Main Street is concerning, it's scary, and it's really divisive. And it's so sad to me because like we love each other. All the business owners, like we really, really love each other. And we want to see people succeed at the shops, and we want to see people succeed on Main Street. And we also really want to succeed on Stangle. And we've had such an incredible business community. And I don't usually come to these meetings, but when I heard about the language that was used at the planning board meeting and just some of these things in the master plan, I had to be here. And I'm shaking right now because I hate public speaking, but I had to say something because it's not only my dream, it's Allie's dream, it's Karen's dream, it's Valentina and Ben's dream, and there were business owners before, Jen's dream. Like, this is more than just money to us, and I'm with the ordinance proposed by the council, and I just want to make that very clear.
Good evening, Mayor Carroll, Council. I just want to back that up. Oh, sorry, Ben Wyman, residence Everett Hill Road, Flemington, business 2 Stangle Road, Flemington. I don't know about all the semantics as far as the ordinance and the master plan, as far as pop-ups and things like that, and restrictions. But I just want to talk about the idea that I think it's very crucial that we maintain these different sections of Flemington. We have the business district, we have the arts and cultural district, we have the historical district. I think all of those are going to be draw. And one of the reasons why we put our business on Stangle Road is because there is a community there, which includes ice cream shops, tattoo shops, coffee shop, boutiques that have survived COVID and every imaginable obstacle possible. And not being able to do pop-ups and things like that on that road will be completely detrimental to the culture of this town. And its identity, the type of things that I personally want to bring in with my background in culture and music and arts for over 30 years now are things that would not survive in a different place in Flemington, because these are events that need a road like Stangel with tattoo shops and barber shops and ice cream shops and things like that, because they're things that are attracted to that. And they would bring a lot of people into this town. So I just wanted to give my thoughts on that, and that's about it.
Hi, my name is Karen Shankoff. I own Attachments and Sage on Main Street in Flemington. I had 2 stores. Unfortunately, COVID killed my business. And I'm still standing after 23 years. I don't know many of you here, although I have a store for 23 years. I know just 2 people on this board. Oh, I know, yes, I know 3. I'm sorry. I just wish that more people on the council would come out and show their faces and support us as business owners. This has been the most difficult time in my life. I'm 64 years old almost. I am working harder today than I ever had to work in my whole entire life. 2 stores on Main Street for many years before COVID. My business did $400,000 more 10, 12 years ago than it is doing today. I have $90,000 in loans from COVID. I had to leave one store and move it into another store. And we're talking about we can't do pop-ups. You have no idea how hard I have to work to pay my employees, to pay my rent, to do everything in this house, to have fabulous merchandise turning around all the time. But I've always been the type of person and I'm going back 20-something years ago, when people would walk into my store and say, what's going on with this town? And then nobody does anything in this town. And I never, ever once complained. I always stayed positive, and I said, I chose this town. I chose this town to have my business. It's up to me to make my business work. It's not up to anybody else. But to make my business work, I have to go out of the box. I have to be extremely creative. I have to carry my wares on my back for years, doing shows out of the store just to pay the bills. And now my bills are so high you can't even imagine, but I'm not a quitter. And I also feel that Main Street will survive if these bottom stores, these bottom places can get somebody in there. I'm sure you all know I'm in the Dietz building. Dr. Howard Herman, the orthodontist, he has been out for months. It looks horrible there. I have spoken to so many people. I have called Sue Wackemeyer. I've taken people right through there to try and get, even maybe you came. I mean, look, I support everybody, and I will try my hardest to get, somebody I'm very positive, but it is so much money to tear apart a building like Dr. Herman's orthodontist office to, what's that?
$50,000.
And that's you know what it cost me to build Sage out, and it didn't even need the amount of work that office needs, and I'm going back 8 years ago. It's more than 50,000, trust me, to knock those walls out and do something there, because I spent a fortune on building Sage out, and I just put racks up and put a few things in. But anyway, if a realtor wanted to come in, that would benefit my business, because I do closing gifts for people. I would love nothing more than an ice cream shop to be next door to me. But at this point, I would take anybody to come next door, open up their doors, and just be able to make a living like we do. So it's really, Main Street's not easy. It hasn't been easy. We have to work it. We have to work together. But these stipulations, they just become a little bit too much. So I'm not going to reiterate on anything that anybody else said, because I totally agree with everybody here. And I understand all the people who live in town and the things they don't want. I'm off in Switzerland because I go back and forth. I don't know what to believe sometimes, because everybody makes sense, right? Like we all make sense. But we have major, major bills. And I have to say, nobody really has ever come in except the few people that I know here, to just welcome themselves and see how we're doing and what can we do? Nobody. And I'm talking over the years, none of the mayors have ever really walked into my store. The only one was Erica Edwards, who used to close down Main Street for me and let me go out with tents and have events. I did huge events. I had Teresa Jadis years ago. I had 800 women wrapped around Broad Street, literally for a book signing. And Erica Edwards shut down the street in front of my store, got tables, got tents. We had the most amazing night. It was supposed to be 2 hours. It lasted till 2 o'clock in the morning. It was the talk of the town.
Get yourself in trouble. That's not legal.
What's that?
Not legal.
Well, we did it, and you know what? It was amazing, and we were, I mean, how many years I'm going back? But anyway, we did it, we had fun, everything, every area needs a pop-up, every area needs an event. And if I stop doing events in my store, I'm done. I am done. So, thank you.
Todd Cook, 39 Pennsylvania Avenue. I've lived here since 1993. I was on the planning board from 2001 to 2023. I believe that makes me the longest member in Flemington history, or at least this millennium. So I have personally read the 1997 master plan, analyzed it, rewrote it in 2010, rewrote it in 2015 with a re-exam, rewrote it in 2022. I pretty much can recite our master plan on any given time. And when I think of coming together as a community, somebody once said at a planning board meeting decades ago, you know, I'm not bringing my business here unless council, the bid, and the planning board are all aligned, because it is so hard to do business when council is fighting the planning board. We had, or at least I did in my tenure, enjoyed Mayor Kutcher, Haupt, Edwards, Griner, and Driver. I was accused of being in cahoots with Phil sometimes, and it's so the name calling never ends, Councilman Parker. But the rhetoric now is ridiculous, and I think it's sophomoric at best. I just think we all deserve more. I think you all deserve more from each other. I think the name calling is really like just childish, to be honest. And however, the master plan, public sessions on Saturdays. I can't tell you how many times we were in the courtroom with public visioning statements. And so again, now I sound dated because I've done this for almost 25 years, where members of the public come in, say what they want. Yeah, we want a vibrant Main Street. So when I read through the ordinance, being inconsistent, like Mayor Caro said, doesn't mean the planning board doesn't want it. It means we missed it. It means we missed something in 2022. We wrote that in after COVID, and we're like, oh my God, Main Street's dying, it's dead. You know, we need the hotel. So yeah, now you need it everywhere. Now you need to expand. And as many of you know, now I'm a realtor plug. I can get rid of my credit. But I serve Lambertville and Flemington. Do you know in Lambertville, their zoning allows for a house, a restaurant, an apartment. It could be anything that downtown. And when we go to Lambertville, does anybody say, oh, I don't like walking around Lambertville? We're talking right smack dab in the heart of Lambertville. That's what makes things work. But when I read it, you have to say it's inconsistent when we missed something in 2022. If we didn't say pop-ups were allowed, we missed it. So now's the time. And when folks were talking about council going around and talking, don't forget, many of the people on council were also on planning boards during the tenure of, at least for me, from 2001 to 2023, at least 4 or 5 folks up there were on the planning board with me. And so again, I can't stress more, our ordinances need an overhaul. I have people that want to open up a business, and I'm Mr. Flemington. I'm like, wow, I live right downtown. Let me show you. And they say, I wouldn't touch that town with a 10-foot pole. Not with a 10-foot pole. And I said, why? Because the ordinances don't work. Nobody likes each other. Everybody fights, and it is not business friendly, and nobody wants development. Nobody wants apartments either. Nobody wants developments. So we're sort of stuck in this thing. So when I read this, I say, yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies of things that we missed, but it shares that vision of a vibrant Main Street. So I wouldn't at all say that, you know, yes, there are things, but like even the, you know, the comment that was made earlier about social services, it's an office. I don't care what kind of office it is. And that's been our issue. I'm sorry, are you a law office? Because a law office can't be turned into a doctor office. It's an office. You have people coming in and out. It's an office, whether it's social services or not. So when I look at it, I think, wow, they really did their due diligence of cleaning up some of the messy, how the sausage is made. I didn't read anywhere that there was high density housing coming in and here's another Union Hotel coming down. Maybe I missed that, but I didn't see it. So I look at it and say, wow, you guys really cleaned it up. So just go for it because my goodness, we've got to start changing somewhere. Don't put all of our eggs in the Union Hotel. Yes, it will be a catalyst. Yes, we know that. But in 2 years, it will be a catalyst. And while landlords suffer and die and businesses close, trust me, when you're as residents, we all pay a lot in taxes. Just wait till more people go out on Main Street and see our taxes go up because they pay taxes too. So don't make it about taxes. Just make it about good government that says, wow, look at the master plan, align it with ordinances and make it a little easier for a business to come into town. And whether or not you read about, oh my goodness, if you have an 8-foot doorway, you can put an apartment. Okay, I can count on one hand where that could happen. We're talking about saying things like, does anybody mind that there's a house behind Bread and Culture? Because that was a variance when I was here. And we're like, wow, you know, it doesn't work as a business. Nobody walks around the building. So we're like, okay, we get it. So now this sort of codifies that type of work thinking to say, if it's great for a store, make it a store. My office is right next to Mr. Pops. I can't tell you how much business I give Mr. Pops. And hopefully, you know, you can't say buy chocolate, get a free house, but maybe it could be. So anyway, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I don't think this is the big boogeyman at all. I think this is good planning. And when no disrespect to the planning board, but there are many members on council that were on planning board, and you know, when you read through the master plan, yes, there are some inconsistencies, flat out, that were absolutely missed in 2022, so.
Hi, Marie Andy. I live on Broad Street as 76 Broad Street, and as a resident, my biggest concern with the ordinance is the availability or the availability of housing being allowed. I'm all in favor of business. I'm a business owner. I want businesses down there. I don't want more residents. We have enough residents. We have enough upcoming building coming up with the Spice Factory, with the Agway site, with the Liberty Village. The hotel's gonna be 200 people. There'll be a lot of residents. Our quality of life has already changed. And I see it further changing with all of these people coming in. This is my biggest concern about the change in the ordinance is even though you think that they won't do it. They are allowed to do it if it's as goes as proposed. I don't want more residents on first floor Main Street. I don't think it adds to the vibrancy of the town. The other concern is the parking. They're able to build behind. And I'm not in favor of that. I believe I have that right. I know you made a comment about that, right? And the height also as well. I may be one of the few people in town that is not so crazy about the hotel project. It's too high. I hate it as a resident. I really don't want any buildings that high or higher. Okay, I think that's it. Those are my biggest concerns about the.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Probably not.
Lois Stewart, Emory Avenue, Flemington. I used to live on Spring Street till they started that horrible project. Now I'm on Emory. Because, thank you for the comment, not everyone in this town thinks that we need to have that courthouse square. And that is changing our community radically, and certainly the parking. We used to have a big parking lot down there. There's no parking for the public now in this section of Main Street. If the ordinance is passed and a permission is given to make the rear yard setback less, and you can build more buildings back there, where are the people going to park? There is no parking between the post office and William Street for that part. I mean, it's just, but anyhow, I'm a resident, but I love all you businesses, even though I don't come, because when you get to be old, you don't need so much sun.
She had her.
So I love this. I love the fact that you're all there, and I love that some of you are on Stangle and some of you are on Main Street. And I just hope that both Stangle and Main Street get more and more and more and more. But I also want it to be a community where I can live. I was born in a house on Main Street a long time ago. I remember when Flemington was a booming town, and I have seen what has happened. I too want a vibrant Main Street as well as a good residential area. But the one thing that only one person, and I don't know, I think she's left, she talked about historical preservation. That's just crucial in my opinion. So whatever change is going to come to help this town has got to, I wrote this all down, but I don't remember what I wrote because I'm old. It has to support and reflect the integrity of the borough's historical history. We can't pass ordinances that let buildings be ripped down because somebody wants to put a bowling alley on Main Street. I mean, a bowling alley would be fine if there is a building here that would accommodate a bowling alley, but I don't want, and that's one question I ask, how if the current architectural picture of this part of Main Street, how is that going to be retained unless there's some way of identifying properties that cannot be demolished, like the one building on Main Street that was historical, and yet it was demolished for the unsightly Courthouse Square project. So I want what you want, but I want the changes made in a way that preserves what we have that is good. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are a couple things that, one thing is not only the parking, but the traffic. The traffic is already unmanageable. And as somebody's talked about, all the apartments that we have coming, it's going to be hundreds of more cars because most families have 2 cars. So if you have 200 apartments coming at Courthouse Square, that means we're going to have 300 more cars. Where are we going to put 300 more cars? I mean, there are so many problems that have to be addressed that we have to do it in a very, very cautious manner. We can't just say, oh, well, let's start and go. We have to. And as Jane, I think she left, but Jane said she thinks there has to be more time and attention and take into consideration all of your concerns and the residents' concerns. I mean, it's just not only the rear, but how about the mention, there was a mention of standards should be revised to permit an increase in density and intensity. We don't need any more intensity in this in this borough. We need people to come and shop, but we don't need more buildings and less parking and all that kind of stuff. So I just have concerns that perhaps are more residential oriented, but that doesn't mean that I'm not hearing what you guys are saying and that I don't appreciate what you're saying. Because I know, but somebody talked about, Robin, was that you, about coming, somebody was talking about going in the shop and then going home and buying it for less on Amazon.
That's the problem.
I want to tell you, I have never bought a thing on Amazon. I have not, because I think the people that are standing behind the counters tell me about their product is more important. And if I have to pay $2 more, I pay $2 more. But also I wanted to talk a little about trees and green space. When I was young, this town was not as hot as it is today. We're living in a heat island. And we need to have more green space. So that's just another reason for the board and the council not to permit more buildings and more parking lots and all this stuff. We have to have places. And you know what? There's all sorts of research that shows trees and greenery not only help the residents, but they are good for the economic well-being of the town. People go to a place, and if there's a tree here by your business, they're gonna park there. No tree over here, they're not gonna park there. So we need to do more to get more greenery in this town. But as far as the offices on Main Street, I've thought about that. And I would ask that the council, only if they go that route, that they only do that between Kapner and William. And that would be the only place that you couldn't have an office on Main Street on the first floor. Because I agree that social service offices, certainly the financial office there on Main Street, I see people going in and out of there all the time. They do bring people to town. But I can understand that some towns have had success with eliminating the offices on the first floor. But I think we have to do it gradually and see how it works out. So if you make 2 blocks, no offices on first, and it works out really well, well, then maybe you want to expand that. But I personally like offices on the first floor because I agree with that woman who said she was only 30-some years old and it was hard to get up and down the steps. If they don't have an elevator, it's tough. And you have to recognize that this county has a substantial number of older adults, and they still need to go and conduct business. And if there's no elevator, and so I just wish there was a solution, a quick solution for everybody. But I do think, that perhaps we need to do a little more digging and homework and get this thing a little more in tune with what will make Flemington a more dynamic community. There's one other thing I wanted, a consistent street wall. Did you guys read about that? Consistent street wall. In some of these papers, that's where all the buildings along the street have to be the same distance from the curb. Well, that's a city, that's not Flemington. And variety is the spice of life, so if one building's here, and one building's there, and one building's someplace else, maybe we'd get a bit of green grass on the main street. Well, I could go on, but I can see some of you are getting bored.
We love you. I want you to hear my vote.
It's gonna be a tough act to follow. So my name is Mark Pavers, 35 Brown Street. I had gone through and listened to the council meetings, the planning board meetings. I wanted to educate myself on all of this. And I had a whole statement that I prepared, but I intentionally waited till towards the end to say anything because I wanted to hear from everybody what the different perspectives were. And so I just want to start by thanking everybody for sharing so much. I want to thank the council also for the work that you do for moving the community forward, and the opportunity for us to all make comments tonight. Like I said, I carefully reviewed the ordinance, planning board meeting minutes and the videos, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that the ordinance has a good intention to stimulate growth, create more flexibility, encourage investment in Flemington Borough. I think those are all really positive goals, and I do think that we all want to see Flemington and Main Street thrive, and also areas outside of Main Street. I do have some concerns with the ordinance. I will say that I had a list of about 5 different things. That's probably down now from 5 to 2 or 3. I am concerned about also just the inconsistencies with the master plan. I did hear some of the comments that were made, and I appreciate that perspective. But one of the things that I've heard kind of as a common thread as I've been listening tonight is, the master plan was put together with a lot of commentary from the residents, from different people in the town, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm missing that here when I hear where the input was gathered from the council. I hear a lot from the business owners, which is appropriate and right and should be. But I'm missing where it was from the residents, right? And so I agree with Lois. I think there are still some gaps here. If we want to, as a community, gather together around this idea, that we still have opportunity here to go back and reflect and try to come up with something that does actually work better for everyone. The 3 areas that I'm concerned with at this point still would be one that I don't know that has been mentioned, which is shifting certain conditional uses to permanent, which are outside the DB1 and DB2 zones. I'm concerned about that just because it removes the planning board oversight and ability to potentially provide additional guided growth carefully. Conditional still allows for it. It's just with some oversight. I'm also concerned about the first floor residences. Maybe a little less so than I was when I came in, but it still is a concern. And the one that I still am concerned about that I don't know that I feel has been addressed completely is the rear building setback changes and the potential impact of parking. Specifically because it would be happening at a time when traffic flow and parking are already strained. We do know that there are a high number of new apartments that are coming in, hundreds. We've got the new hotel, we've got retail spaces from that are coming online. And so while I think that all of those changes might have merit in the right context, I think the timing is critical. So with such a large redevelopment project that's coming in and about to open, I think we're on the cusp of a transformation that will bring more residents, visitors, businesses downtown. And my question is, why not give that redevelopment time to prove its impact before making those changes that I just talked about? That could compromise that revitalization, right? And that's what we've been working, all of us, towards for a very long time. And that's what I've heard consistently tonight. So for me, as a resident for the past 10 years in Flemington, I do love living here. I want to see Main Street be a vibrant place that I can go shop and I can dine, I can spend time late at night with my family. I love what has happened with Stangl. I'd love to see the same happen with Main Street. And so I've seen that potential growing slowly over the past decade. I'm excited for what's to come, but I do believe there's a pragmatic approach that needs to be taken specifically to the 3 things that I mentioned. One that allows that redevelopment to take root and let's evaluate its effects and then make some informed decisions aligned to the vision for the town. All that being said, I do urge the council to pause, reconsider the ordinance in its current form. And what I heard tonight, the piece that I had added into what I wanted to say is, can we hold a public forum, something to bring the residents in? To try to bridge the gap that I'm hearing between the businesses, the residents, and also the other thing that I heard, and this is not a knock on all landlords, because I know there's some landlords here, is it does sound like there is something that is consistently not functioning well with vacant locations, mold growing, all. So I think there's a gap there as well around the landlord and having a conversation. Are they aligned to the vision for the town? How can we incentivize them to do the things that need to happen to allow the businesses to do what they need to do and potentially avoid additional residences? And so I would just ask the council to consider that, to pause, to reflect, and to take a look at what has been proposed in a little bit more detail, so we can all kind of come to this on the same page and in some form of agreement. Thanks for the time, thanks for listening.
Else.
Hello, friends and neighbors, both. My name's Eric List. I'm at 30 Maple Avenue. I am a resident as well as a landlord, not commercial, and have a strong desire to see this community thrive. I'm also somebody who looked at potentially opening a business and acquiring property on Main Street, so I have a little bit of insight on that one. But there's kind of 4 points that I want to get to. One is, I agree with the group that came up here around deregulating the pop-ups. That is a valid thing to do, and to give those businesses those opportunity. I also agree with the gentleman over here and others who talked about the parking issue in terms of doing the backyard resizing. I don't necessarily think that that's a bad idea. I think it's a timing issue, right? Until we see what's going to happen with, everything that's happening on Main Street, especially with the hotel, I would ask the council, just put that aside for a little bit, put it on the side. Let's come back to that once we know what it's going to look like, because parking is a problem already. It's going to become a bigger problem. In terms of that, also, in terms of residential, I'm also of the opinion that we don't need the residences at this point on Main Street. As I looked at a building to buy on Main Street, my wife and I both talked about it. Somebody said, nobody's going to put residential on there. I can tell you, as we looked at the property, that is exactly what we thought about doing. It had multiple spaces. And when we go, we could make this work if we put residential in here and we let retail go there. So, anybody who's looking at trying to make us buy a highly priced building and make it pay off in a way that works for whoever's going to be renting from it or using it or living in it, residential is the easiest thing to fill. And I think that is an ongoing risk. So, if those of you are thinking, residential is not going to happen there, I can tell you, I certainly thought about doing it. Okay. Lastly, I'll talk about, just off to the side, one person, I think Lois, you were talking about the greenery and such of that in the trees. This is a quick aside. I don't understand why we have trees that we recently put into the downtown district that are dying because they're not being watered. So I would love to see at some point that being addressed by the council, and how do we get those maintained on a regular basis? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? Really? Right, can I have a motion to close the hearing for the public?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Or the council makes a motion one way or another on this ordinance. I'm gonna ask for a very brief break. It's 9:16. We're gonna go to like what do you need, Jeremy? What do you think?
3 minutes.
3 minutes top. We're gonna reconvene at 9:20 to deliberate. Oh, my God.
Take your seats, folks.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. We're moving cups. Thanks. Yeah, all right. At this point, the public hearing's been closed. So I need a motion. I gotta find myself to get 10 minutes. Hang on, sorry. Okay, this time I need a motion to, what's the motion? Is the motion to over, Chris, what is the motion? Is it to override the planning boards? Or is it in favor of this ordinance? I'm not sure what it is. What is it?
You can approve the ordinance, the ordinance is up for final adoption.
Okay, so it is to approve the ordinance, not to override the planning board. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so can I have a motion to approve ordinance 2025-21?
And go where on.
Okay. All right. Discussion. Let's start.
Mayor, before you start this,
Yeah.
I think we have to remember, Beth and I spoke about this, the municipal land use law is clear on this, just for those.
Use the microphone, please.
Municipal land use law is clear on this, just for the minutes, Carla, when you get to prepare them, have to reflect the nature of the discussion if the council elects to go in a different direction of what the planning board recommended. It's just black letter in the municipal land use law. So you're recording the meeting, which is fine, but for the comments that are made, it should develop a record, that I agree on this, that states the reasoning for the diversion from the planning board's recommendation.
Isn't it called a record resolution?
It's just, it has to be reflected in the minutes.
Right.
The resolution, it's not a resolution, the ordinance can be what it is, whatever you want.
So.
One step process.
So I think it's really appropriate in terms of the master, I'm sorry, thank you. I think it's very appropriate in terms of the master plan for Beth. Beth, can you just explain to everybody what the master plan is, what it does and what it doesn't? I think that's the starting point.
Yeah, be happy to. So a master plan is, it's a document that's adopted in a lot of states, but in New Jersey, we have very specific laws about land use. And so here in Jersey, the master plan is a policy document. It is not a regulatory document. So at its base level, what that means is if folks, regardless of this ordinance, if folks are looking to occupy a building or build something that is inconsistent with the master plan, they don't need to ask for special relief from it. It's only the zoning ordinance that regulates land use and that folks would need to ask for relief from, or also referred to as a variance or a waiver from the planning board. So while it's not a regulatory document, it is still a really important document in New Jersey because it is the foundation. That policy document serves the foundation of land use, and it is also important for other aspects for the planning board as well as for the council's consideration. So when I say it's a foundation document, it is the document that expresses the vision for the community as related to land use, if it's a land use element, or maybe circulation, if it's a circulation element. But here for this ordinance, it's really about land use. So the land use element expresses the vision for the community as stated in this case in 2022, because that's the last time the planning board adopted the master plan. And so while it provides that vision and the policies that are intended to support and guide development of land use ordinances, it is, and that's exactly why it's relevant to this discussion. So in addition to the law laying out what this document is, the fact that it's, I should also know, it's only adopted by the planning board. It's not, it doesn't come to a governing body for their future adoption. The law requires that this document play a role in development of ordinances, land use ordinances. Specifically, when a municipality decides to adopt an ordinance or decides to introduce an ordinance, I should say, after introduction, it refers the ordinance to the planning board, and that's exactly what this council did. And the planning board's role, as stated in the municipal land use law, is to evaluate the ordinance to find, or rather identify, if there are any inconsistencies with the terms of the ordinance to the master plan, and identify those consistencies. And then the board also has an opportunity to provide additional recommendations, which they did. And so while the document is the policy document, is the foundation, and it's certainly definitely intended that the land use ordinances are consistent with the master plan. It is not a requirement in New Jersey land use law that they are consistent, and that's exactly why the council is having to address the reasons on the record. If it decides to adopt the ordinance, it's obligated to express reasons why it is that it is adopting an ordinance that's found by the planning board to be inconsistent. So in summary, this is a policy document, it's the foundation, it's the vision for the community as stated in this case in 2022 and is adopted by the planning board, but it is not a regulatory document, it's not a law that must be adhered to.
Thank you.
Treasurer, any comment?
Sure. I got a lot of comments.
Can you speak in the mic? I'm sorry.
I can try.
Thank
I
you.
really don't like using
I
microphone though,
know.
because I hear myself, you know. A lot of people brought up housing. And the way that I see it, right, I didn't really see this ordinance as changing the dynamics of the housing situation here in the borough of Flemington all that much. But the way I see the story of what has happened to Flemington is that 50+ years of unfettered single-family housing development, strip malls, and big box stores in Raritan Township has sacrificed the fields and the farmland of Raritan Township and shifted business away from the borough of Flemington and the downtown. And we here in the borough have the audacity to try and restore the balance in the slightest bit that our Main Street will actually have people on it and living on it. And frankly, people lose their minds. You know, the reality is that Liberty Village died, the Union Hotel died, and any efforts to fix this, it's, you know, the reality is that the market had every single opportunity to save these spaces and it did not. People simply did not continue to shop. So why would any business owner or property owner with any financial sense try the same exact thing without the underlying fundamentals of the population changing in any manner? Simply wishing that a space be built or a store open is not enough to make somebody commit the capital required to fund. We added merely 100 units in the last 20 years, and what happened to this town? This was while Raritan grew, but at the same time, so did the big box stores. Sucked the life out of here. We just got a new Target. That's great. That's another 30+ businesses worth of revenue that will never touch Main Street, that people so desperately want back. So that's why we need to put our customers here. We have 300 to 600 units coming online, and that is a lot. That is going to be a big change. I am hoping it is positive. When we were working on this ordinance, I really did not intend to, I don't know, increase the housing dynamics that much. Maybe more opportunities for certain types of homes. Somebody brought up the one behind Bread and Culture. That is a good example of one that could be built under this new zoning ordinance without having to go through, you know, meetings and meetings worth of planning board hearings. Secondly, the core question we are asking here tonight, the way I view it, is whether or not we would rather tolerate an office, a so-called non-active use, or no use at all. I do not believe, and I have been presented little evidence that restricting the number of uses on Main Street will suddenly grow demand for others. I understand that there may be some argument that in theory restricting non-active uses will provide some kind of agglomeration effect and draw more, but I do not think we are there yet, and I am not willing to gamble that. I am not willing to gamble the livelihoods of the businesses on Main Street and, you know, our commercial tax base. If in 2 years' time, when the hotel is open, there's new residents from Spice Factory, maybe probably not Liberty Village at that point, and there's no more room on Main Street for shops or offices or anything else, then maybe we can say, okay, no more, you know, no more non-active uses. We can do just retail. The hotel's right around the corner though, and guess what? There is still no shortage of retail spaces available right now. There's fewer than there were this time last year when I first counted, but they still aren't all filled yet. And until then, though I would much rather, I would rather see a business, any business in those spaces, and this ordinance will allow for that. I do not want to see more lawyers or real estate agents on Main Street any more than anybody else does. But merely Alright, you know what, I will say, merely zoning for Disney World will not get us Disney World, there has to be sufficient demand to build it. And changing the zoning does not automatically increase supply or demand for a given business. What might help get us there is that rather than constricting the number of uses, this ordinance opens up the possibility of so many more active uses than there were before. This zoning will permit businesses you and I haven't even thought of yet that could open, and I really, really hope they do. Further, one last point on that is that, further vacancies reduce property values, and when commercial property values decrease, the tax burden is shifted onto the residents. Keeping buildings filled on Main Street, I believe that is a very pro-resident move here. On the bulk standards, the new bulk standards provide much more flexibility to many of our already existing lots and buildings as they stand today to be in compliance and avoid very costly, very time-consuming, and business-killing planning board hearings. It does not absolve them of any parking or access requirements, as some have seemed to suggest. It merely provides greater flexibility. As for the social services, as someone who helped craft this ordinance, I also had no intention of forbidding social services, and I understood the majority of them to be either offices, learning centers, childcare, or some mix of all of which are permitted under this ordinance. And if it is such that in the future, when our zoning officer is interpreting this ordinance, that they are not permitted, I am open personally to amending that at that time. With the pop-up events, I think there are enough events to go around without taking away the spotlight from Main Street. I think we will be fine on that front. This is it, I'm almost done. We all desperately want more things to do here. We all want our small businesses to succeed, and I genuinely believe that this ordinance, in its current form, will help us get there. It may not be perfect. There may be unintended consequences. I do not have a crystal ball. And in my time on the planning board, I know the limitless imagination that architects, engineers, and developers can have in twisting your zoning ordinances into horrors you could not imagine. But they're going to do that no matter what. They've done it with the zoning that we have now. We will all be watching very closely what comes of this, and we can amend it and fix it if needed. But right now, I think it's pretty good, and opportunities are passing by every day. We do not update the zoning ordinances. That's it, thank you. No more comments.
Ms. Engelhardt.
Sure, I think I wanna just really quickly reiterate, I've said it in the past. The master plan is a fluid document, it is not law, it is not our ordinance. It is recommendations that have been gathered from residents and business owners and property owners over years and years, and it gets updated a minimum of every 10 years, but usually more often than that. I think I am the second longest serving planning board member. I think Todd beats me by 3 years, and I helped write this master plan and all the updates. I said this at a previous meeting, but there's a lot more people here now, so I'll say it again. I'm a big cheerleader of our master plan. It's definitely serves a purpose. It's our guiding light, and that is our, as Trent said, our Disneyland. And it is a good goal. However, it gets updated very regularly because you can't possibly hit everything, even every 5 years on it. There's always, you'll touch this part, but not that part. It's a very fluid document. That being said, it's important for the planning board to listen to the council, and the council to listen to the planning board, and that's why we go back and forth. There is that legal process. The original ordinance, for those of you that don't know in this room, the original ordinance that was proposed here was proposed by the planning board. We had a good review, a detailed review of the TC district and the VAS district. We actually got rid of the office district, as a result. And this was kind of like the last step, but I think one of the reasons why we waited to do it was because it was one of the hardest ones. It's complicated. There's smaller parcels and they're close together, and it's a lot of mixed uses. So I get it. When the planning board sent their proposal up last year, and they eliminated all offices everywhere on the first floor, the retail and the property owners were pretty concerned and upset, and we got a lot of feedback, and we decided, we're gonna table this. So we moved on and then we said, you know what, let's see if we can take all the good stuff that the planning board had already done a year ago. And improve upon it. So that's where that subcommittee that we now worked for a year doing, that's how this was a result. So we really were, we really had very good intentions, and I think, like I said, like Trent said, nothing's perfect. But I do think that this is a bit of a shot in the arm that we need. There's something that, yeah, I'm sorry if I reference a kind of a vaccine, but that's kind of what it is. It's like a mini booster, right? So there's something, we've been struggling for the last 3 years with 3 different zoning officers, and we have had very, very inconsistent interpretations. And by law, those zoning officers, I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I agreed with a lot of what they said, but their hands are a bit tied in that one of the good things that I think the planning board and the council agree upon is this ordinance gets rid of all those SIC codes, they're called SIC codes, and they're very, very detailed. So this is not literal, but a SIC code can say, well, you can have an architect's office, but then you can't have an engineer's office in the same building. It's like the tenant changes. It was that antiquated. So when the subcommittee started sitting down and we heard, the pushback, and hey, none of the retail or the property owners had showed up to that point to some of these meetings, but the residents did. So, we were hearing from the residents. All of a sudden, the retail and property owners said, hey, wait a minute, we don't like this. So I'm glad they showed up, even if it was at the last meeting, but they did show up. And what they were really saying was, we've been struggling with the definition, what we are, the uses. And when we started looking at the whole analysis, we said, the uses, as far as what an office is, it can be anything. It can be a social services. We had absolutely no intention of taking off social services. The fact that it's not listed there individually is because we got rid of all the SIC codes. And all offices are offices. So I guess the point is, you can have a no offense, Todd, but a real estate office is not an active use. There's not many people going in and out on it in a minute. But I said it, I apologize. But a dentist office has kind of a pretty, people are going in and out all day, right? So instead of letting the zoning officers analyze what each individual use is, let's across the board, an office is an office. And then if we want to do, actually, I know that Lois is leading, but one of the things Lois mentioned was one of my ideas was, so we do an overlay in a few years and limit the locations of offices, to, you can't have offices in the main 2 blocks of Flemington. That's a couple of years away. Beggars can't be choosers right now. If you build it, they will come, meaning the Union Hotel isn't guaranteed. If you restrict it, they won't come. So it's really important that we look at the offices as equal. And honestly, I think this conversation was really good. I think everybody I think a lot of people understood that concept, and I could hear a lot of positivity in the end with, okay, we know where you're coming from. So I'm hoping that people understood that point of view there. I do want to correct a couple of things that I didn't hear a lot of people talk about. Specifically, one of the other things that we learned was that, as everybody heard, there's problems with some buildings downtown. There isn't a lot of quality space for retail to rent. So frankly, I want to hold the property owners to the fire and say, you know what, you're saying you can't rent. There's been property owners that have left their retail spaces empty for 20 years over there. You don't tell them you can't find a renter, and one of them is a very high quality. And then they come to us and go, oh, we can't fill our space, so give us a tax break. So I want to hold the property owners accountable. No offense to any property owners in the room, but it's really important. So the point is, the very, very limited bulk standard changes that we proposed here, the small amounts of setback changes that we proposed, the small amount of use defining that we've changed, for example, I know there's a few people that are concerned about first floor housing in the DB district. The intention of that was because as a planning board member for almost 20 years, we were granting variances for people that had an outbuilding in the back, kind of like I went to school in Savannah, like a carriage house in the back, auxiliary buildings in the back, or access from the back, like the bread and culture site. We're issuing variances for those types of uses on Main Street. Nobody wants to have their business, their retail business in the back of the building, right? So there are these quirky long spaces, and that's what the change of the setbacks are for. If a property owner is improving their property and a new use goes in, they have to go for site plan approval to the planning board. That is a check and balance right there. They have to provide parking, with the exception of retail. If it's a residence or whether it's an office, they have to provide the parking per our existing ordinance. We're not allowing anybody not to park off-site. They have to prove that. Ask Lee Roth, we put him through the ringer when he was doing his approvals. And we made sure that he had the parking that he needed for that site, on site. We didn't let him park off site. So I think the really minor changes in the bulk standards when it comes to setbacks is a little confusing, I know, but it will give a little bit more, and I think this was something that one of the people said earlier. It'll give people incentives to improve their buildings, but also a little bit more flexibility. So maybe they're asking for 2 variances instead of 5 variances at the planning board. We want to make it not as intimidating to get that variance. There are people that literally will not update their buildings because they don't want to go through that process. So I know I've been talking too long, but pop-ups, I think there was a little bit of confusion on that. This is something that we're taking, like the planning board was the one that said, hey, this is in the master plan, we want to codify it. And what we said is, yeah, that's great. Sitting on planning board for years, I would see the council not even bother looking at the master plan and taking some of those recommendations. This is something that the planning board said, hey, this is recommended and we recommend you do it. What we're saying in this revised ordinance is, yeah, we don't want it just on DB. We want it everywhere. And when we say pop-ups, we don't necessarily mean an event. It's actually considered an auxiliary use. So again, the zoning officers, 3 in the last 3 years, as I said, they're not going to give the retail person who just opened on Main Street a hard time because he wanted to do both classes and retail sale. He could have gotten approval right off the bat. There was also very recently 2 contractors on Main Street, 2 showrooms, like where you go in and they show you the kitchen and the bathrooms. 2 contractors. One guy filled out his application as a real estate office because he was a developer. The other guy filled his zoning application out as a contractor. Same type of showroom. One was denied, one was accepted. I want to take that interpretation away from the zoning officer. So, because to be honest with you, our zoning officer is a pretty nice guy, but everybody thinks he's a jerk. He's not. He's just reading the ordinance the way it's written. I think the pop-ups, I think I made clear. I don't know. Let's see. We talked about the nonprofits. We didn't remove that. I can't really think of anything else that I want to say except that I think overall this ordinance is a good thing. Give it a chance to work. And give it a chance to perform. And ordinances are changed every day. And if we feel like there's something that's just needs to be tweaked more, we can do that in the future. If we want to restrict offices more, we can do that too. We can do anything, but I think it's far-sighted to get in the weeds and say this little detail is not quite to what we want, and this one is, and this one isn't. Let's see what happens. I think we are at a pivotal point right now. Let's make the best
and the highest and best use of all the properties in town.
Council President?
Yeah, so let me just start off by saying this whole ordinance came about because there was an ordinance that was not brought to the table that was happened in 2024. That was brought in 2024, that was extremely restrictive. It was very restrictive. It was restrictive for businesses. It was restrictive in terms of it was just restrictive. And at that point, it was like, we cannot move forward as a town with these types of restrictions. You just can't. Here's the reality. So, you know, I look at what I've heard from everybody was housing, and then I heard parking, then I heard the businesses, then, you know, it just piles on and piles on and piles on. And at some point in time, you have to do what you believe is the right thing. Let me speak to housing for a second, because I think that's the biggest misnomer. No one wants a lot of housing in Flemington. It's just not realistic. It's a 1 square mile. It's not realistic. And this scare tactic of saying, okay, we got to talk about housing, we got it, because it's going to be this. Let's put this in reality here. We have what's going on in Liberty Village. That's a done deal, right? That's not on Main Street. That's a done deal. That's housing. The second part of it is that now you have the hotel coming on. Now, listen, you can argue over the height of the hotel, you can hire, but all of that. But the hotel, that hotel in that apartment building revitalize Flemington. It will revitalize Flemington. It's not the end all, but it will revitalize it. When you bring people in, your businesses survive. When your businesses survive, it impacts our taxes. You got to put it, this is all real, right? The other part of it is now you've got Cardinal that's coming on and you've got Captiva that's coming on. Those are on the far end of Main Street. Those are a reality. That's going to happen. That's going to happen. So I don't understand the misnomer here about we don't want housing on Main Street. Those things have already been in the works and they've been approved. So that's happening. Now, if you're saying, do we want more housing? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do we want people to put up housing in the back of the building? Absolutely not. But there are checks and balances to this. So even if someone wanted to do it, they've got to bring up the plans and those get turned down at that point in time. So there is a check and balance. I just don't like the scare tactic. I don't like it. It is not real. It is not fair, and it's not the reality. So I just want to make that very, very clear. Listen, I went to high school in Princeton, New Jersey. When I go to Princeton now, and I go to the Princeton Shopping Center, I am so blown away by what they've done to the shopping center. It's like, what the hell? So no one wants to see that here. No one wants to see the Somerville, downtown Somerville with the high rises and all that here. But do we need housing? Yes, you have to have housing. You have to have housing in order for things to work. Now, that doesn't mean they have to be skyscrapers. That doesn't mean that they have to be townhouses. My thinking is, why wouldn't you have just single family startup homes so people can afford to buy homes? And therefore you've taken away that whole rental thing. But that's not for us to say, that's for if young people want to go for that. So we don't dictate the market. I have news for you guys. When you get the AARP mailer in your thing, that tells you you are done. You have no more say so. Your record has been checked. And when you get it twice, it really pisses you off. I'm just making levity to this because it's gone so far to the south, which didn't need to be. The other part of it is I keep hearing about traffic. Listen, traffic grew when I've been here for almost 10 years. And traffic grew in 3 years after I got here. Traffic is just a natural thing. It's always going to be traffic. You've got new people moving into the borough. I can't remember the stat, but I know it's got to be close to 550 or 600 people that have moved into the borough. So that means you've got more cars, you've got whatever the case may be, and you are gonna have more cars. Parking is always gonna be an issue because we don't have enough parking, even no matter what you do. I keep saying this, there's still not enough parking. Doesn't matter what you do, there's still not enough parking. Because we're 1 square mile unless you do something different. It's again, it's just this, it's like, it's just like Trent said, this Disney World mentality has just got to, it's just not realistic. When I hear the businesses say, for me to survive, this is what it takes. And for people to think that, oh, because I say it's only going to be retail, oh, okay, retail will come in. Well, if that's the case, then why do we have so many empty stores? Why? Because you can have an office in there because it doesn't take a lot. When you talk about retail, it takes much more. And let's talk about a restaurant. So everybody's saying, well, I want a restaurant to come in. Do you know how much money it is to convert a building to a restaurant? Think about just what's happening with like the Serve and T-Berries. I mean, it's an enormous amount of money. It doesn't happen that way. It just doesn't happen that way. And so you've got to be a little bit realistic about what's going on. I don't understand the pop-ups at all. To me, that's beyond my comprehension. What you are saying is we want to divide the town and say only things can happen on Main Street. But what about the shops at Flemington and what about Stengel? We're 1 square mile. You don't divide your businesses. You don't. What you try to do is find a conduit to bring them all together. And somebody said that earlier. And that is indeed the case. It is indeed the case because it's reciprocal, right? So if I go to Main Street, then I will tend to go to Stengel and I will tend to this because that's what you want to do. Now, that said, we also have to be innovative enough to say, how do we make that movement happen? And is that a trolley? Is that a shuttle? Is that this? Is that that? You just have to be innovative. It's not one answer. There's more than one answer. You know, I come from a world, again, my background is change management. I come from a world that you have a plan and you have a backup plan. It is problem and potential problem. And you have each one, so if this doesn't work, this automatically is put in and you don't have to run back around and start all over again. And so it just seems to me, since I have been here, since I have been on this council and I sat on the planning board, and I have been in the public eye, and even with just walking down in the whole bit, I just see that people are just, the town just to try to pivot is a huge thing. It's like no one wants to pivot. It's fine to go down this road, but if something doesn't happen the right way, it's like, no, you said you're gonna go down this road, so we can't do this. It's gotta be this way, because if you pivot a little bit, that means, oh my God, that means change, that means another change. And that's just gotta stop. When we talked about, when someone said we wanna get, why don't we have the community come together and hold it? Well, you know what? I asked that same question because I would have thought the planning board would have done that as well. That's not, the onus is not that on, don't put that onus on the council. The planning board came with the suggestion, so why didn't they reach out? They reached out to everybody else, why not reach out to them? And I am not putting the onus on them solely. I think we all share in the responsibility. What I'm not gonna do is let it sit on this council's table alone. You know, when you point a finger, you point one back at yourself. So we will accept that responsibility for that, but that does not mean that we don't have something good here. What it means is that we have a start here. It doesn't mean that it's the end all and it's the best thing that happened since ice water. And Lord knows that if we don't do it, it will go straight to hell in a rowboat without an oar. That's not what this means. What it means is that we've got to start by starting, and we can't be restrictive, and we've got to learn how to pivot. We can amend anything. We can amend anything. I am not a huge proponent of just putting things in for the sake of putting them in, to put them in, because it goes back to, we don't know what's going to happen. everybody keeps pointing to Courthouse Square. Well, let me tell you something. If you sit down and talk to Jack Cuss about Courthouse Square, he will be the first one to tell you this is not the end all. And we don't know what's gonna happen. And so at the end of the day, if you think that those buildings are gonna be full on the day he opens, you're sadly mistaken. That's going to take a period of time to ramp up. It's not gonna happen within a year. It may take 2 years, it may take 2.5 years, but it is a ramp up. It's just like any other thing, when Liberty Village is built, do you actually think that all those townhouses are gonna be full like that? Absolutely not. A, there's a price point, right? B, there may be people that are just saying, I don't really want a townhouse, I'm looking for a house. There's merit of things. And again, it goes back to young people. And let's be very clear what I mean by young people. I am not talking about people from 18 to 30. What I'm talking about from people from 18 to 49, because again, when AARP comes at 50, you're done. So that's what I mean by young people. It is that group of people, because you guys have patted yourself on the back because you're not there yet. That's all right. AARP is gonna catch your ass. Don't worry about it. But yeah, she'll catch up. But I think the bottom line is, I am in favor for this because, and again, this was not done willy-nilly by any means, and we did get input. The community will take ownership on, we definitely will. But everything else, we really studied this hard and we got advice. And I actually went to other towns and asked other towns how it worked. I sat with mayors of other towns. I sat with mayors in Lambertville and I'm not gonna go through Meredith, but I sat with the Meredith and I said, who had building and are doing some of the same things. So talk to me. Tell me what you faced. Tell me what happened. Tell me what were the downfalls. And everyone said, every single one of them said, I am telling you right now that there are going to be a group of people who are just not going to get it because they want to hold on to what is right now. They just want to hold on. And so the challenge will be is to get everyone to understand what the vision is and to bring it on so that it is not so enormous, but it's project by project. And that's exactly what's happening right now, is project by project. So I really wanted to spell this housing thing. I think that's, and I wish all these people had not left because I wanted to speak so bad and I was just like, oh, don't, just slow your roll. But I hope that this is printed in paper. This housing thing is blown out of proportion. It is absolutely not what I'm hearing. And that should just, that nonsense has to stop. That is not the narrative. That is not the narrative. The narrative really is that we have 3 developments that are coming on. We're concentrating on those 3 develops. No one's looking for anything else to come on in here. So that is, as Trent said, that's between 500 and 600 new types of things. Now, what comes in, that's still up for debate. Again, my druthers would be having starter homes on some of those on some of those developments where they are just smaller homes that people can afford. That would be the housing. But the other part of it is, think about it, guys. I'm sorry, and I'm not putting anybody down. You have to look at what our median income is in this town. And our median income it restricts people from buying homes. They can rent, but they can't buy homes. Even if the rent is $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000, they can't come up with a down payment to even buy a home, and then you've got to pay for taxes, and then you've got to do this and you got to do that. Now, when you get to historical homes, and we all live in historical homes, so we know what the deal is. That is not an easy thing. I am dealing with windows right now, and because my windows have a curve, I'm not even gonna go there. But let's just say that it's upward of over $5,000 per window. So if I sell my home to a young person, there's no way they can afford that. they can't afford to do that, right? So all I'm saying to you is that I want to change the narrative. I'm hoping that you listen to me and we have changed the narrative to be, we're not talking about housing. We understand that parking is not the thing yet because we don't understand what's gonna happen. And then when it does happen, there is a plan. Hopefully, there is a plan that something can be initiated just like that. The other thing is that on the traffic is just a way of life. It is, it's never gonna go away. It's always gonna get worse. It's always going to get worse. And then, by the way, since you have all this nonsense going on 202 with the warehouses and stuff, where the hell do you think that traffic is gonna come to? It's gonna come here. That's the reality. It has nothing to do with the people who live here. It's the reality of people who are passing through here. And oh, by the way, we want people to come here, but we don't want people to drive here and add to the traffic. Because that's kind of what we're saying. But how the hell are they gonna get here? So if I want people to pass through because I want them to park and get out of their car and walk and go to this restaurant and do this, that, the other. So you do want traffic to come through because that's how people, you could drive through a town. Listen, I've traveled around the United States. I literally I've only missed three states. But other than that, I've traveled to some very small town and very large cities. Here's what I know. Anytime I drive someplace, all I do is drive and go, oh yeah, we stop here. Yeah, wait a minute, this might be a cool town. Or if it's a very small town, I press my pedal very quickly. Because it's not good to be driving through certain places. I mean, that's just the reality, right? I mean, I'm being real. Anyway, so the bottom line is, again, three things. A, the traffic is a fact of life. It is what it is, and we do want traffic coming through here because we're hoping that they'll stop and shop here. B, you can't be restrictive on businesses because businesses are suffering. Three is the only way businesses sustain itself is that if the community cannot support the business, I have news for you, the businesses don't survive. And how many businesses we had go out of business because they can't survive because the community, there's not enough people in the community to support it. Three is on the housing, stop it. Just stop it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Oh, wow. I'm coming after a lot of lengthy speeches here. So just a few takeaways. First and foremost, I continuously heard about mold and bad buildings, and I think as a council that tells me that we just have derelict landlords and they should perhaps be punished. I don't want to incentivize any bad behavior. If it's been 20 years and they have not figured out any mold, then we need to condemn the building and stop messing around with who's going to fill it. Because what I've heard from business owners, nobody wants those buildings. Nobody wants it. They are absentee. They're not here. They obviously don't care. And we're not giving tax incentives for people to continue to do the bad things. We know damn well they still aren't going to fix it. It's a long, narrow lots. I'm never going to be for that. I think that, and I'm looking at one gentleman who was here for Liberty Village, who had a building going into his backyard. He bought his beautiful little home, and he's sitting here tonight. And it has always stuck with me that you don't want something hanging over into your backyard, right? Do we need that level of density? Those of us that live on the Maple Avenue, we're really tight, right? Broad Maple. We, kind of look 2 yards over and say hey to our neighbors, but we signed up for that, right? I don't really understand why we would want to take a long, narrow lot. And people are saying, hey, that's never going to happen. Nobody wants more housing. Well, if we don't want that more housing, why don't we keep this in here? Why do we put things in this and then say, well, we can just change it later? If you're really passionate about it, then own it. Lean in, guys, on all of these things. These long, narrow lots with buildings behind them, I just don't see the density. I've been on public works now for almost 2 years. I'm looking at sewer, I'm looking at water, and everybody says that planning board can be a check or HPC can be a check. There's no guarantee that that's going to happen. I mean, look, I'm one of those old people. Okay, we bought our home here. I was in my early 40s. I'm Gen X. the next people that come in, they, you know. Maybe we're gonna die tomorrow, I don't know, my husband and I are 52 and 56, we're heart attack age. The person that's gonna come this year, well, hey, I mean, that's what you're saying, but what I'm saying is.
Take it to the extreme.
Well, you don't know, I mean, you.
I know, I hear you.
You know what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that you don't know what the next council's gonna look like. You don't know what the next planning board's gonna look like. You don't know, is there gonna be an HPC? There are people that are sitting up here who've heard me really say what I think about HPC. I got historic home because it was cool, but trust me, if I could tear everything off and make it look like a beautiful glass wall obelisk, to me, that's living, right? But I made the commitment to it. So we're in this house for, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, a short time there, but I just think overall we could slow the process down a little bit. What I heard tonight, I think that's the first time I've really heard the residents, like I'm planning board, anybody who's sat on it, you know, residents have comments to you. They see you out and shop, right, wherever it is, you're up in town, and they always have comments to you on these types of things. This is the first time that I don't think I heard as many residents like stopping me and saying, well, why didn't we have a say in it? And I'm not just saying about the council resolution, I'm talking about both the council resolution and the planning board, these two different ways. I would say, let's slow our roll. If there's something that you're not really passionate about, whether it be on planning board or council in this ordinance or what was initially there, then pull it out. Take the time, 2 weeks, pull it out. If you're really saying like, well, nobody wants more housing, don't give it the opportunity. I'm all on board with what is already coming in. And I know that I've spoken with Mr. Constantine about this before. I love the idea of just down the street on Broad Street, tiny homes. I'm not talking starter homes. I'm talking really unique, cool, tiny homes, a little almost like village within a village. That's a vision that I have. And I know people who want to do it, but we aren't currently zoned that way. And there's no guarantee that 2 or 3 years will be zoned. There's no guarantee that the master plan stays the same or this council stays the same. So as we're putting things out, we're saying, well, you know, we don't have to do that. We're just giving it there. What if they codify it? Well, what if your council in 5 years says that this is how it's going to be and you're going to deal with it? So finally on parking, just because I've sat in on the parking committee with the mayor's ad hoc parking committee, I already have issues. Some of you live kind of like in my neighborhood, yeah, school buses and things. We don't have anything to prevent that, right? We don't have anything that could prevent a school bus, a Mack truck being parked, whatever. So let alone on that, when you start saying we could potentially be impacting parking just for residents now, that's a concern of mine. And then finally, parking, grandfathering in offices. I've often said that that's something that I would like to do, is to have some sort of grandfathering in for current offices if they're in good condition. If we're talking about a crap building, again, we need to start talking about health issues, condemning them. What are we gonna do to punish these lands? Because that's unhealthy. Now, here's my final. Median income, and we talked about that. I know that most of the people that came in the past 10 years, as my husband and I did, tend to be a little bit more global, college educated. We came in buying our home with having the cash to pay for it all at once, but we held some back because we were told there were tax benefits to it. I don't know that all of the income increase that's happened over maybe the past 10 to 15 years is still really showing. I'm not positive, but I know this. The people who are going to probably buy the homes, Mr. Parker's house, my house, they're not going to be young people. They're going to probably be people in their 40s or 50s. Maybe they're moving out of the city. Maybe they say, okay, I've had enough of the summit rat race.
40s and 50s are young.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna live to 98. But they're gonna be people, but when I'm saying they're not gonna be your average 25-year-old or 26-year-old. It's not my parents' world where you could buy a house in Rochester, New York for $25,000, brand new, and pay cash in the late 70s. We don't live in that world anymore. So we have to think about what will not only, when you say young people, what's going to draw the next couple in their late 30s, early 40s to come in and buy our home. And I'm just not sure if high density is the way to get there. So those are all my comments. And again, the people, I think we need to, my preference would be, if in the past we've done this with residents, we've had just average Joes like most of us have been. I don't own a business in the borough. And I will say this, I spend most of my weekends shopping and partying in places like Summit. So not enough to do, right? Get the people like me, and I know if there are others, because I've got friends in the borough that go with me, those other towns, to shop and have lunch on a Saturday to Summit. Get a lot of those people to come in and have comment. But if we put it through now, there's no guarantee that every single one of the people up here is gonna be up here in 5 years or 6 years. And that the next council isn't gonna say, let's just throw all of their crap out, just throw it out. Sorry, guys, there's a great barrel here at my house. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Long.
Okey-dokes. So I told everybody in my report that I was looking forward to listening. And I gotta tell you, so I've been at this council stuff for 6 years. And that was the first public hearing in those 6 years where I was like, wow, that was great. It's great. So I just commend the community for having something that's missing. A reasonable, measured, passionate, albeit, but completely respectful conversation. And I think if I was listening, I was hearing people understand different points of view. So one thing I took note of is this urgency in the voices of the people who spoke, whether they were business owners or residents. So to me, that says something. The urgency in those voices. So I did prepare some thoughts tonight to give at this particular juncture. But I want to tell you guys, I come here on these Mondays, and so I'm a school teacher, and they've done these studies. And your typical teacher makes roughly 1,500 decisions per day. Now, apparently, only to be rivaled by another profession, the brain surgeon. So I come here on Monday, somebody that gets to say the Pledge of Allegiance twice. You know, it's kind of cool, good bookend, right? And I realize I'm coming from this situation where I'm making all these decisions, and I gotta make some really important decisions as a councilman. And I promised myself and my wife when I did this, I said, no, I'm gonna come home every night, you'll put my head on that pillow and sleep soundly. You will not hear me tossing and turning, screaming night terrors at night, bugging you in the middle of the night. Oh, I don't know if I did the right thing. And I can say that I've always been content with my decisions. And I've been part of some big decisions here. And this one I think is a big one too. So I gotta tell you, there's in those 6 years, not a single person in this town has approached me, called me, emailed me, and said something like, I don't want a vibrant downtown. Say no to good stuff, all right? Down with excitement. Nobody has ever said this to me, okay? So that is just, everybody is here, we can tell that. I believe the intent of this ordinance is to truly bring some activities to Main Street. My interpretation of the ordinance in its current form is that it is bold and ambitious. Those are the adjectives I'd use for it. And maybe that is something Flemington has needed for a long time, but I cannot ignore the planning board's recommendations. For me, the words substantially inconsistent carry considerable weight. And yes, I know that there can always be an argument against the planning board's findings, and this council has voted on things that have been found inconsistent with the master plan in the past. But this ordinance is not so simple as an overlay. It's a whole lot more than that. So I look at this ordinance and, well, this is a natural thing I do. It makes me think of a garden. Now, following along with me here, just know that if we have this garden or Flemington, we've got some rich soil and some quality seeds. And we could just simply toss all these seeds into this garden, water it, and then watch everything grow. But you can't just toss a bunch of seeds and expect a perfectly lush, perfectly robust garden. Our garden needs some tending. Yes, we should be cultivating an active downtown. Everybody agrees on that. And we're seeing signs of life. This growth is already sprouting. With the major developments like Courthouse Square and Liberty Village, we have already planted the seeds for new business and a revitalized community. The market is telling us that there's a demand for growth, and our role as a council should be to nurture this process. But I'm of the mind that our gardening technique should be more organic. And I'm not sure that this ordinance, or even the one previous, does that yet. It's an important word here, yet. To me, there are two minds that Flemington has regarding zoning. In one mind, there's what some have characterized as a rigid, one-size-fits-all plan. On the other is this ordinance that, if I'm interpreting correctly, takes a more of a big bang approach to zoning. And I wonder if this ordinance is going too big. Is it too much all at once? Are we creating risks of unmanaged change? Is the answer to rigid planning an ordinance like this? Or is there a different path to this vibrant town that we want? So let me be clear where my head is at this particular moment. I would recommend tabling this ordinance to allow the council committee and the planning board, and perhaps some of the folks that spoke out this evening, to collaborate for a phased implementation plan. There are some good ideas here. We heard some great stuff. There's some terrific things here. But I do not think that this ordinance, in its current state, in its current form, is ready to be voted on this evening. And that's where I am. And I gotta tell you, again, I heard the urgency in those voices. The spirit's there, the will is there. And I think I humbly ask my fellow council members to consider, we table this, we get to work, we get this done, and then we have something that's gonna be all around, not perfect, but certainly something that most people are gonna agree with. It's all right. We like it, all right? And that's really all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ryan.
Right, so, I'm just gonna keep mine a little bit short, but just because we own a local business here in Flemington. And sorry, my throat's really messed up, we got a little karaoke over the weekend. Let me tell you though, but owning a business is not as easy as my fellow business owners can tell you. We started back in 2001 and are still here after 24 years. Saw Flemington at its peak. Saw it at its peak with Liberty Village and the Union Hotel. And then when it died, and now it's coming back. Cannot let it die again. We went from Broad Street, Turntable Junction, and now happily on Main Street, where the old Orvietos was. If you guys ever saw Orvietos, it was bad. Inside, holy crap. It was, I didn't want to remember because it was such a pain in the butt just to renovate everything, the painting. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, you could tell. And hopefully you guys are happy to see what we did with the front. You know, we took care of the patio. There wasn't a patio, we put a patio there. Put tables, we have like plants there, and you know, it looks pretty nice out there, I'd say. Hopefully you agree. But yeah, building was vacant for years. I remember my dad crying actually. This was crazy because after officially opening, because he was so stressed out. And I tell you that because there was bills to pay and he needed to open as quickly as possible. This is the livelihood of a lot of people. And some people don't see that. You just see, you know, we're a business, that's it. But we're also people. We live here in Flemington, stuff like that. And same thing with the pop-ups. I didn't know that. Sorry again, where's Brian? Where's Brian? That's not good. Because we were bringing mariachis to the restaurant, and apparently that's a pop-up. That's the crazy part. I'm like,
Legal.
how are we? Literally, I'm just here to say, like, also, like for a restaurant, if we want to maintain business, we also gotta create events. You know, we could have good food, we'll come back, but it's just the same thing over and over again. You want to do something, bring some type of like event to them, to the people, you know. And we're here for 24 years. I think we've done something good. We're doing something good. But because now we just got a food truck too. And that's because, you know, with the business that we have Main Street, but we had to do something different because it's getting hard to maintain the same type of business, you know? Yeah, and then so moving on to also I just think I'm seeing a lot of new faces in the restaurant. Every morning I'm a server from 10:30 to 4 o'clock. I see new people every time I'm working. And the office buildings around Main Street, they bring business to the restaurant as well. Just like they were saying, another business on Main Street, they get a couple office people from offices that are there to come out, buy their stuff. For me, we get office parties, we get a lot of good takeout orders, and orders that are big for the whole office. So from there, we benefit from it as well. And it's a lot of people that are starting to live here. They didn't know about us. They don't know about Flemington as much. They just started getting here. And it's just exciting to see new faces because I'm not saying I don't like seeing the recurring faces, you know. I know a couple of guys, I know even that everything. But it's good to see new people, you know. I like to talk. I'm a server, you know. I manage the restaurant as well. I'm out there. And just seeing people enjoy the food, the ambiance and all that, you know. It's just that's my thing. You know, I love it. Love meeting new people, and I just want to see them enjoy Flemington the way I enjoy it as well. And lastly, one thing, and then what I wanted to say also is like I did question about why we're keeping offices on Main Street. Because I would like to see retail and all that. But then I was thinking about it, like who's gonna be on Main Street? The offices there. And I realized that while working, customers that come in are from the office. But yeah, those are my comments, and I'll keep it short because I'm going to.
Let me have more to go.
Yeah.
Right, well, I guess, so here's where I'm coming from on this. First of all, I completely agree with Councilman Long about tabling this and letting it go back to the discussion between the planning board and the council subcommittee that wrote this. We've had a lot of input tonight, which is really good. Because it, you know, there's been a lot of comments made over the last few months from the council president. They wanted to get this right, even want to get it rushed. And I don't think it's right either. And here's where I'm coming from, right? So I don't have a problem, counter what some people think about renters in this town. They are my constituents and I will take care of them and protect them and help them any way I can. People that don't live here yet, they're not my constituents. I don't know who they are. So no, I don't care about anybody who doesn't live in this town. I care about the people who live in this town. When they move in, I'll care about them too. And I have a problem with apartments. I have a problem with more apartments. More. Flemington Borough has 63% of our entire housing stock are apartments. That is equivalent to Jersey City. Our tax assessor has testified before this council that a town like ours, in a county like ours, should be between 25 and 27% apartments. We are at 63% right now. When the Union Hotel project opens up with 205 apartments and the Spice Factory with 68, but with they're getting ready to go, we will be at 70%, which is equivalent to Weehawken and to Hoboken. We will be in the top 5 most densely apartment populated towns in the state of New Jersey. So, if nobody wants more housing, Council President, then why did you put it in this ordinance? It's a simple question. If this was really about helping the businesses and retail, I would be so on board. I have no problem with the pop-ups. You know, I've really heard the passion about these and why they're so important to y'all. Like, I didn't know mariachis were considered a pop-up. I totally agree. But what has really polluted the public on this, and you can say whatever you want, when the ordinance subcommittee from the planning board met with Beth, she told us flat out that apartment buildings could be built in these back lots. So why put in apartments on first floors at all on Main Street? You could have had more office uses. I'm not a big office fan. I'd rather have offices than more apartments. Let's just keep pushing this up until we're number one in the city. Because even though Liberty Village is putting in 117 townhouses that are gonna be market, they're gonna be balanced out by Captiva at the Agway store, which is building 100 units on 1 acre, 5 stories high, fully approved by the planning board in 2021 or 2020. They're just waiting for DEP permits. So that's gonna counter it. So we're still at 70%. Then you've got Cardinal, which is the Guitar Boy building. They don't have any planning board approvals. The owner flat out told me I can build a smaller building. I'd like to save that building that's there. It's funky and it's cool and it's Flemington. Flat out told me he'll never sue us if we don't want that building. We don't have to have more housing there, folks. We don't have to have more housing there. All we have to do is tell that developer we'd rather put it out for another redevelopment project. That's all we have to do. So my problem is about why is it in here in the first place? Why? Because I was raised in retail. My family had a business on Main Street where Printech and Shaker is for 75 years. I worked in that store. Put me through college. You know, gave me a nice life when Flemington was in its heyday. And Main Street was nothing but stores. And by the way, in those days, commercial paid 54% of the taxes in this town in the year 2000. 54%. Now we're 23%. Okay?
We don't have businesses.
Because we have buildings that
We
have.
don't have.
No, I didn't interrupt you, Council President. Please don't interrupt me. Thank you. Okay, so I was raised in retail, and what retail needs around retail is more retail. Clustered, more retail. We are always gonna be the county seat of Hunterdon County. County seats, we don't have a river. You know, we don't have vistas. We have a courthouse that closes at 4:30 in the afternoon. We have a county clerk's building that closes at 4:30 in the afternoon. We have a title search room that closes at 4:30 in the afternoon. We have county administration buildings that close at 4:30 in the afternoon. And then we have the lawyers that go to court and title searchers that use those buildings. And at 4:30 in the afternoon, Main Street goes dark in big chunks. And it's not gonna change unless we rezone the offices, can't rezone the county. We're stuck with that, and I don't wanna lose them because there is foot traffic. When they closed that jail down, that big sucking sound where a lot of people came to visit, you know, prisoners and family. And they sent the jail to another county and we lost sheriff's officers. All those people used to eat on Main Street. And then the county sent a lot of their employees up the hill to Route 12. We lost a lot of foot traffic there too. We lost a lot of county foot traffic with those changes, and that was all done also right around, I don't know, 2008 to 10. And it's a problem. But retail needs more retail. It needs more retail to survive. Nothing will hurt our current businesses more than if one day they wake up and somebody's putting in an 8-foot door so that they can have apartments, because nothing stops that in our ordinances in non-historic buildings. And even then, the HBC only gets a say. You know, this is cosmetic outside improvements. It's a construction permit. Doesn't go to the planning board. 8-foot door on Main Street. That's all it's required to turn a first floor into an apartment building. I am not trying to scare anybody. These aren't my words. I didn't write this ordinance. You know, but I did quiz Beth a lot about it on the ordinance subcommittee, and she agreed. And she also told this ordinance subcommittee in her words, quote, you know, why the outdoor power stools in the back? It's housing for housing's sake. Quote unquote, that's what Beth said. Housing for housing's sake. Why put it in if nobody wants more housing? So if nobody wants more housing, let's take it out. Let's reintroduce it without it. You know, maybe listen to Mr. Pavers about what he said about making sure people have checks and balances at the planning board and keeping some of these uses as conditional. But get rid of the housing stuff. All it's done is have the businesses say, why don't you guys like this? And the residents are like, we don't want more housing. And they're not wrong, and it is not scare tactics. And if you like think it is, I don't know why you think it is, because 3 of you wrote this thing. So, I just, so I have problems with that. And I don't think that having the housing is business friendly, and I think it was Tony who said something about the deliveries. So let's talk about our current ordinances. First of all, in 2022, by a recommendation unanimously from the planning board to the council, that then passed it unanimously, they changed the parking requirements for all commercial businesses on Main Street, not offices. And of course, we don't have residents, but all commercial businesses, restaurants, retail establishments have 0 parking requirements now. None. They don't have to provide a parking lot. That's how T-Berry's is opening with a very small parking lot. That's how Viva Mexico opened with a very small parking lot. That's how Aunt Millie's is building their area. So there's already no requirement for them to supply parking. Even before that, because when I was growing up, and not even that long ago, maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago, there was all kinds of trucks idling. There used to be a Roman truck idling all the time in front of Jack's Pizza Parlor, blocking traffic, blocking people in who couldn't get out of parking spaces, blocking parking spaces so people couldn't park there. This town passed an ordinance that said wherever it's possible, deliveries have to be in back. They have to be in the rear. That's why you don't see deliveries on Main Street, folks. We have a couple of loading and unloading places for the businesses around town that don't have that option. But right now, behind all of Newmarket, Market Roost, all those stores, trucks can get in there and they can make their deliveries. Amazon trucks behind Shaker can make deliveries. We get rid of parking for buildings, we change these bulk rate standards, you are gonna see idling and amazement, which is why our traffic consultant said to the planning board, nothing's gonna kill the revitalization of a town faster than blocking traffic and making it really hard for people to get in and park. So why put it in and make this complicated? That is not. My dad wanted a parking lot. My dad needed parking. My dad wanted more retail. That's what he wanted. Even competition down the street, another menswear store. He wanted it because it all brought down traffic to Main Street. But you gotta have the parking. You don't change those bulk rate standards. I presented to the parking committee a couple weeks ago, and I asked Chris Corsini to work with Beth to write an ordinance. These landlords need income. Let's figure out what their current uses are in their buildings, how much parking those uses really require, and let them annually put out leases for people to rent their extra parking spaces, like behind Newmarket. T-Berry's needs parking, they can rent 6 spaces that would say T-Berry's only or Barclays only, or the people at the Union Hotel, or wherever. And let them get some income that way and let it be an annual lease. And so we're gonna look at that, I hope. But it's, again, if this goes through, we may not even have that opportunity with those parking spaces, so I don't see this as business friendly as our retail establishments here do, because it compromises your parking and it compromises traffic flow. And it takes away other retail and office opportunities, because as Mr. Litz said, nothing's easier to put in than apartments. So, again, getting to this ordinance. Last week, at our last meeting, Councilwoman Engelhardt, who had a critical part in writing this ordinance, made a speech. I had it professionally transcribed. This is her speech. Spoke for 7 minutes. She mentioned the word, resident. This is for residents, 0. She mentioned retail business is 0. She mentioned landlord and building owner 11 times. So if I talk that something is politically pandering, it's with a little p. It is pandering to one constituency, the landlords. She also said they need to be incentivized to clean up their buildings. A lot of our landlords are very good. And a lot of them have sucked these buildings dry over the years, taking every piece of rent they could get and never putting anything back into these buildings. I don't wanna reward that. They can't afford to keep these buildings, they can't afford to fix them up, let them sell it to somebody who can. At whatever the market will bear them to sell it at. This is the list of the owners on Main Street and the businesses. There are over 130 businesses, retail. Some live in Flemington, most live in Flemington, Raritan Township. Of all these businesses, 130 something businesses, this is just between, by the way, I'm only talking about between Kapner and William Street. There's 34 owners. That's it. I count one for Flemington. They're from Texas. They're from Pennsylvania, a lot in Pennsylvania, a lot around Hunterdon County, many in Middlesex. They want to be part of our community. Robin says they want to be part of our community. Fix your freaking building and be part of our community. Don't suck it dry and take your money to Texas or Eastern Pennsylvania. These are facts. Facts. I am not making this up. I'm not trying to scare anybody and use scare tactics. These are Councilwoman Englehart's words, 11 times mentioning landlords. So these are the landlord rosters. For all your businesses or buildings who don't live around here. Again, some are very good, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but not all of them are good, and we know that. We all know that, because so many of the businesses in here gave testimony up here about they couldn't find a good space. They stank of mold, they were rotting, they were decaying, they were this and they were that. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say, oh, all these landlords want to be part of the community and you didn't, the planning board didn't go out, but then they're not. Because if you're part of the community, you love our community. You all, every single person in this room I know loves Flemington. I heard y'all. Y'all love Flemington. Everybody up here loves Flemington. No doubt in my mind, even though we disagree about this, everybody loves Flemington. I can't say that a guy in Texas sucking a building dry loves Flemington. Sorry. Can't. So, I got a quote from Councilwoman Engelhardt. Give it a chance. I got a quote from Councilman Levitt. There may be some consequences. I got a quote from Council President. We don't know what's going to happen. We can change it. Let's change it now.
You took that out of context.
No, I didn't.
No, you did take that out of context, but go ahead, you're finished with speech.
I
You
did.
took that out of context.
But
Go ahead, please.
why don't we change it now and get rid of the things that are the most controversial to the residents? And it's also, in my opinion, if the retail owners, the business owners really think about it, they wouldn't want more. They won't want to lose their parking. And they certainly don't want to lose the opportunity to have more retail or offices or services around them. So take out what's the housing elements, the two housing elements, the bulk standards, and take out apartments on the first floor and reintroduce it with those two things. Or do what the council president said and send it back to the planning board and work with the planning board to tweak it and make it a better ordinance. But I think that those things are the things that the residents here are objecting to. And I object to as a resident. I'm not planning on pivoting. The family's been here for 100 years, not pivoting. I love Flemington. It is a charming, cute, quaint community. And, I'm hoping the Union Hotel does what we hope the Union Hotel does. But here's the thing. I've been trying to get the council to purchase a piece of parking software to help the chief of police do parking in this town. It's on tonight, not in consent, to buy a piece of $6,500 software so the chief can actually do all that high school permitting on that side of town, West Street permitting. Right now, it's all being done by paper. It's crazy, 2025. He's doing it by paper. This piece of software will grow with the town. It can do other kinds of permitting. It can do visitor stuff. It can eventually, if we ever need parking meters on Main Street, it can go right to that, So for 2 years, the council president has been saying, I'm data driven. I need to see what happens when the Union Hotel opens before I'm willing to spend the money to buy that software. I'm data driven. But on this ordinance, he's not data driven, he's not willing to wait till the Union Hotel opens. So many of you have said that, including the council president, so that's my piece.
Okay, you're done. So here's the point. Here's the point. There's several things.
I might be
First of all-
done, you might be done.
Marcia, I'm not gonna get into it. Here's my point. Yes, I am data driven. No, we're not gonna put out fires before the fire. You want to put out the fire a long time ago. I'm not even gonna go down that road. Here, let's stick to the facts. The housing is the housing. The point of it is you're trying to scare people into the housing. Beth, could you please define? Because if you're telling us that Beth has said da da da, I want to hear Beth. Beth, can you just put that all in perspective in terms of setbacks and da da da? Can you just put that in perspective, please?
Sure, so the issue is, in regard to the housing and the setbacks, I think all of that discussion is centered on the DB district, which for the public is basically the commercial part of Main Street, it's the primary commercial district, along that road. And so what this ordinance does, just so folks are clear, is in terms of the bulk standards, the bulk standard that's, I think, relevant to this discussion is a change of the minimum rear yard setback, so the distance that a building can be from the rear property line. Today, it is 50 feet. It would propose to go down to 20 feet. And it is also subject to a footnote in the table or a caveat that states that buildings may not exceed a height of 35 feet within 50 feet of the property line. So in terms of concerns regarding parking and loading, I don't think that this footnote addresses that, but in terms of impact to residences that abut the business district, so if you're a single family home or two family home, and you back up to a business along Main Street, know that that reduced setback has a height limitation, so that if the building is 20 feet or 30 feet from your property line, it can't be the full height, which is 40 feet unchanged. Instead, it has a limitation of just 35 feet. So I just want to state that. In terms of the housing that folks are talking about, today the ordinance permits dwellings on the upper stories. What this ordinance would do would allow dwellings on the first floor subject to a few requirements. So the first requirement is that the residents can't face a public street. So you can't take a first floor of a business on Main Street and just convert it to a residence. The exception is that if you there's this 8-foot width of it that I heard referenced during discussion. The exception is if you literally need a door because the entrance to the upstairs apartment is on Main Street, you can provide that. You don't need to go to the planning board and ask for a use variance for that. And it also provides for first floor residence for lots that are either north of Kavner Street or south of William Street. So at the ends of Main Street, you could do first floor residences facing Main Street in those two areas. So those are the two changes regarding the rear yard setback and the addition of housing, additional permitted housing on the site. And so what that would allow for is, again, you can have a reduced rear yard setback, but it does not impact all of the other standards that are relevant to that district. So for example, it doesn't say that you don't have to meet your parking requirements. It doesn't say that you don't have to meet your impervious cover standards or any other standard in place. Applicants or developers would still have to meet those requirements or of course appear before the planning board and ask for relief, and the planning board would review that and decide yes, decide no, depending on the application. For housing, it would create some opportunity for existing buildings to convert perhaps most commonly perhaps the rear of the building to apartments, or to have an entrance to an apartment from the rear, certainly not the portion facing Main Street. And if you have a large lot, it would allow for a second or however many buildings, depending on what exists today, for a residential use on the first floor. But again, it doesn't eliminate the parking requirement. It doesn't eliminate the impervious cover requirements or other requirements that are set forth. And I also heard some concerns regarding how properties would comply with their loading requirements. So we have, if you're a retail use, you're a restaurant, whatever the case may be, you do have a loading requirement. You've got to provide a space to get a truck into the building. And so as I listed, it wouldn't, the reduced setback doesn't eliminate the parking requirement or the impervious cover requirement. It also does not eliminate the loading requirement. So to the extent that a property owner is seeking to expand their building and use that 20-foot setback or maybe 25-foot setback, they may not need relief from that, but if they're unable to provide the loading, if they're unable to provide the parking or unable to meet the impervious cover, they would certainly need relief from that, and the planning board would do its job and determine whether or not that was not deserved, but whether or not the application met the criteria for that item of relief.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go back. First of all, there's a couple of comments. Just because you've lived here for 100 years does not mean you love
I know,
Flemington.
that old.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Does not mean that you love Flemington any more than the rest of us love Flemington. We pay the same taxes. We moved here because we had a.
Tony, I said everybody
Can
up
you
here loves
please let
Flemington.
me finish?
We all love Flemington.
Please let me finish.
Well, get me right. I said, everybody loves
So-
Flemington.
So the bottom line is that because we all love Flemington, we're working towards Flemington. You don't get to say that because of this, and this. The other thing, I think it's wrong for you to try to call out Susan and here's her verbiage. And this is what, that's not even necessary. The point of it is, if your point is about housing, just stick to that point. You don't need to keep firing shots at Susan and Trent and da. It's not necessary. That's not who we are. The third thing is, I'm gonna go back to housing. That's why I had Beth explain the whole housing thing and the setbacks in a little bit. Listen, no one is looking for density. That is not what anybody's looking for. However, if you think, and these business owners told you this, if you think that businesses are going to attract more business just because, okay, so we have a business, okay, so they have a business, I'm going to run in. That's not how it works in 2026. That's how it worked in 1960, 1970. It doesn't work that way now. I went to a seminar. It was a week long, and it was called Downtown
Main Street America.
Main Street America. And it was enlightening because it's exactly what we're talking about right now. It was from cities around, small towns, you name it, from around this country that disseminated in Philadelphia for 1 week, talking about all of these things, ordinances, and this thing and that thing a little bit, and how business is surviving and what is making businesses go out. You are so outdated on this. That is absolutely not true. And I would encourage you to go to the next one so that you can get updated. We are actually having New Jersey, downtown New Jersey, here in Flemington on October 23rd. All those mayors and council people and bids and all that will be here in this town to talk about just things like that. So again, I'm tired of the scare tactics. That is, and you are doing a scare tactic. It is a scare tactic. The bottom line, no one wants density. No one wants density. However, there's 2 projects in the SHIP that sell. It's done. It's been approved. It's done. What you're trying to do is on one of them is stop the development completely. What we're saying is let's take a look and see what you can do differently. So that goes back to starter homes as opposed to higher high rises. That goes back to maybe it's this high and not this. No one's asking for high rises. No one's asking for anything that's as big as the current hotel. That's the bottom line. And I'm tired of you trying to scare people. It is a scare tactic. And stop, please stop trying to shoot Susan down and anybody else down that has a different.
I'm sorry, you made a whole speech in the beginning of this meeting under your comments that were very pointed and quoted and whatever. So I'm not gonna stop.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stop. You know,
Well,
words
I'm-
have, excuse me,
Don't stop.
words have meanings. I asked her not to make the speech, she made the speech. It's her speech, her ordinance, it's her speech. These are comments that were made. I take copious notes of what people say. I don't have a memory like you have, Tony, to misquote me. When I said, I know everybody in this room loves Flemington, I know everybody up here loves Flemington. What I said is, the family's been here for 100 years. And I love the charm of this community, and I'm not gonna pivot, just because you moved here 10 years ago, and you now expect me to pivot. No, 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 I'm gonna fight for the charm of this community, and I'm gonna fight for what the residents want. One minute you say, quote, I don't want, does anybody want more housing? No, then you're telling me they're gonna get more housing.
I did not say that.
You
I
just
said-
said
I
it.
said, what I said, let's be very clear, and then I wanna stop. What I said was, stop.
Now, this
the
is a
scare-
discussion, we'll
Can
stop
you
when the mayor
please-
says.
When you, Marcia, don't yell at me.
I'm not yelling at you.
Yeah, you are.
Don't overtalk me. You are not the mayor, Tony, you are the council
Don't
president.
yell at me,
So,
please.
don't tell
We
me
can
that
talk
I'm gonna
like this,
stop.
but do not yell.
I'm not, don't tell me when I said
So
I'm
here-
gonna stop. I chair this meeting.
Okay, so here's what we're doing. What I said was, I wanna be very clear with this. I said, stop the scare tactics about housing. The point of it is that we have two projects going on right now. One is the project is that you just talked about and said that you really don't want to be developed, and I said, what I said was, is that to me is a site that's up for grabs and what we could put on were smaller houses. That's what I said. It's yes, because it's been approved. It's been approved, so that means it's moving. That's what I was addressing. I just want to get it straight.
You're talking about the guitar wood road.
Yes.
That's been approved, we have a redeveloper, the project has not been approved because the DEP has stopped it. So, we don't have to put anything there, we can reimagine the building, we can adaptively reuse the guitar wood building, we can put it out for another project. You know, we can do lots of things as a council, that doesn't have to be housing, it could be mercantile, it could be whatever. So, you know, the bottom line is, we're at 63% now, we're gonna be at 70% apartments in 6 months. And where does it stop? Because you're putting in more things and opportunities, and it's not a scare tactic. Beth did not deny that it could hold apartments, she actually affirmed it, so. We're there, so I don't know if you wanna make a motion to table, or if you wanna make, or if somebody wants to call the.
I'm sure there's a motion in a second.
Okay.
So you, motion to table would be valid, but you could also just call.
We need to do a roll call.
Okay, Councilman Arias.
Wait a second, let me get this clear.
So
So.
I wanna understand what we're voting.
What is?
Thought I was.
There's a motion and a second to approve this ordinance.
Okay. What if I want to table it
Make a motion to table, let's be blank.
before this vote is?
Yeah, you can do that under Robert.
Alright, then I'm gonna motion to table the ordinance for further discussion and collaboration. And in a timely fashion.
Is there a second?
I will second that. It needs more time.
Is there any discussion on the tabling motion? Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Arias.
So I'm voting to motion to table this.
Table it?
Alright, no.
Oh, no? Alrighty, Councilwoman Engelhardt,
No.
Councilwoman Fasara. Yes. Councilman Levitt,
No.
Council Vice President Long,
Yes.
Council President Parker.
No.
Okay. Can I have a roll call on the ordinance?
Councilman Arias.
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt,
Yes.
Council, Fasara.
No.
Councilman Levitt,
Yes.
Council Vice President Long,
No.
Council President Parker.
Yes.
Motion carries. The phone. Actually, we're gonna say, we have, we still have some more business to go. Again, a lot of our backs again. So we're on the regular agenda, resolution 2025-156, resolution authorizing the improvements to the Sandy Park House. Entities 30,000, not to exceed $32,890. There a motion, please? Sorry, Lou, is there a second? Any discussion? This is the painting project?
Yeah.
The painting. Painting and replacing all the spongy wood. Roll call please.
Councilman Arias,
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara,
Yes.
Councilman Levitt,
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-157, resolution approving a contract with T2 Systems, Inc. of Indianapolis, Indiana for permit and enforcement services in an amount not to exceed $11,239. Council President said he didn't want to just approve this one without having a second look at a different piece of software. The parking committee did go back and talk to SDL. We already own SDL software. We've met with their vendor guy, and basically we need 2 licenses that would cost $15,000 over 3 years, and SDL only does administrative work. It doesn't do parking meters, it doesn't grow, it doesn't change, it doesn't do anything else. SDL 3-year contract was $11,239. That includes also 2 licenses, but it is extremely adaptive, so it's $4,000 less than the company we already own, with a lot of flexibility. Can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Is there a second?
Engelhardt will second.
Any discussion?
Sorry, just to clarify, this is T2 or?
This is the T2 software that came in the Bible.
Just wanted to make sure.
This is what, Adrian and Mark
No, I'm
have been working on the planning, on the park place for a while.
Councilman
It's a
Ayers.
good thing.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara.
Yes.
Councilman Levitt.
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President Parker.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-158, resolution authorizing the purchase of a Kubota utility vehicle with PowerCo under HCESC contract number, I'm not gonna read this all. HCESC SER 2306 NTE not to exceed $22,380.39. Can I have a motion, please?
Little move.
Is there a second?
Parker second.
Any discussion?
What is this for?
This one?
This one is approved in the budget for DPW, right?
Yes.
It's for DPW.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like the other committee should have mentioned.
See a picture.
Roll call, please.
Look at that. Councilman Ayers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara.
Yes.
Levitt.
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-159, resolution authorizing the purchase of 6 Knox boxes from the Knox Company, not to exceed $12,079. Motion, please.
So move.
Is there a second?
Engelhardt will second.
Any discussion?
What is this for?
This is for Cam for the fire company.
Right, I mean, I know what a Knox box is for. I mean, like, where are they putting that?
I have no idea.
If he says he needs them, that's fine. I just was curious where they're putting them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Ayers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara.
Yes.
Levitt.
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President Parker.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Resolution 2025-160, certifying that all members of the governing body of Flemington Borough, Hunterdon County have reviewed at a minimum the sections of the 2024 annual audit entitled General Comments and Recommendations. Have a motion, please.
So move.
Is there a second?
Little second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilman Ayers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara.
Yes.
Councilman Levitt.
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President Parker.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-161, corrective action plan for audit for year 2024. Do not ask what this is for, because then you lied when you passed the above resolution. So, and you didn't do the audit. So, can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Is there a second?
Sarah, second.
Nobody's discussing this, right?
Yeah.
We know exactly.
Yes.
Councilwoman Engelhardt.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara.
Yes.
Levitt.
Yes.
Council Vice President Long.
Yes.
And Council President.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-162, resolution authorizing the purchase of 2 sets of reticulated, these are the reticulated.
Yes.
Rapid rectangular flash.
Thank you. It never gets it down. Crosswalk system from Lane Lake Traffic Technologies, Inc., not to exceed $17,300. And that is for 4 of these lights, 2 sets. It's a much better price than we quoted a year ago. I think that technology has come down in price, and they are installable by our DPW, so they install like a regular, like a sign, like a stop sign. Can I have a motion, please?
Little move.
Oh, sorry.
Left.
I forgot. Me, this thing. Go ahead. You got it.
It's your baby.
Okay, fine, I move.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
So
Councilman
excited.
Ayers.
So
Yes.
these, just so everyone
Yeah, I
know,
know.
these are gonna go on Kapner Street, at the corner of Allen to help people cross the sidewalk there, because people coming down Prospect Hill speed like crazy. And it's gonna go down on Allen at North Main, make it safe for people to get over on the other side of the street. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, I have one more. Could you let the minutes reflect that I said yippee and not?
Yes.
Councilman Naylor?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara?
Yes.
Councilman Levitt?
Yes.
Council Vice President Long?
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, we're up to public comment session number 2, if anybody from the public or they wanna.
Hey, sure.
Come to the microphone or raise your hand.
I'll ask a question. Do we still have a K-9 unit after?
No.
I need your name and address to the record, please.
I'm not allowed to ask questions, so it never happened. Jeff King, 54 Broad Street.
Thank you.
We all agree with
Okay, is anybody else from the public? Seeing none, payment of bills, authorizing payment of bills in the amount of $2,137,832.27. And motion please. Through second.
And
Parker, second.
Roll call please.
Councilman Aaron?
Yes.
Councilman Naylor?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasara?
Yes.
Yes.
You remember first. Yeah.
We don't have a work session. We don't have an I wanted to have an executive session. We need an executive session next meeting. It's gonna go too late. So, can I go to adjourn?
Level second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a great night.
This is like the old days.
Chris.
This is like the